Okay, I don't get how that's working. Let me see if I turn it to the side. Okay, no clue how that works, but we'll give it a shot. I don't know how Rumble works, so we'll let it go. What is background? I'm just looking on Rumble. Personal? No, we don't want that. So we're streaming on Rumble. All right, let me go ahead and start up the live while we're fucking around with Rumble because I don't know how to use Rumble tonight. But we'll if we got to switch over to Instagram, we will do that. So give me a moment to get my YouTube stream going, and then we'll start the program. Good evening to folks that are tuning in. We're trying Rumble tonight. I don't know if anybody has Rumble live, but the problem is I'm streaming live on Rumble right now, but I don't even know how to use it. So if somebody has Rumble, the handsome liberal on Rumble is live. You can come on over and and I guess I'll learn how to use it while we're there. I've never used Rumble, but I do know it is a little bit more. It was. I don't know if it still is, but it was respected more by MAGA. So I am trying to use Rumble tonight if I can. I see somebody in the comments ask, "Am I tired of getting taxed yet?" Well, they haven't. The tariffs haven't officially hit, but no, I don't think I'm going to be happy getting taxed. I don't think any of us are. Let me see. I'm gonna make sure I get this good. I don't think anybody's gonna be happy with what's going on, but I want you guys to hear from somebody on this particular subject that is, I know, respected by a lot of MAGA. So I'm gonna give you somebody tonight. You see him on the screen behind me. So that's what we going. I want you guys to hear what he had to say on this because it's interesting. It is indeed interesting in regards to these clips. So we're gonna be talking about that. But give me a minute to get this shit going, and then we'll go ahead and talk. Um, and I guess I would ask when we get the show going, has anybody heard any financial analysts suggest anything positive for these tariffs? I haven't heard really anybody indicating this is a good thing, but Trump, but the Trump admin. So I guess we'll talk about that as well. Let me see if it brings it up. All right, so damn, I'm all collared up. So we'll go live now in three, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Appreciate you already tuning in tonight. As always, you can be anywhere you want to be. Thank you for being here with me. The whole notion of tariffs have kicked in. We don't have enough just yet to really get into a detailed conversation because right now all of this stuff is promised, but nothing has really officially taken hold yet. You're not paying any extra for goods and services just yet, but we all know that that is coming down the pipe. So we're going to be talking about it from a standpoint of, do you believe, as Trump is indicating, and I'm plugging in my charger so that I didn't have it. Do you believe, as Trump is indicating, that this will ultimately be good for America? And, if so, how long are you giving them? Because this is, the economy is one of the main reasons why people were not a big fan of Joe Biden. Any president, a weak economy can cost you everything. So hopefully Trump, this will turn out great and the economy, listen, the economy will get better, but if not, it could be a detriment to the history of Trump's presidency. Now, he's obviously not running again. He's not running. He doesn't have to worry about getting reelected, I don't think, even though he's joking around and suggested he wants to run for a third time. But officially, he's not having to be concerned with running for a third term. So it's all about legacy with Trump. But nevertheless, regardless, he does want to go down in history as somebody who did right by America. I want you to hear something because this is Ben Shapiro. I think everybody knows who Ben Shapiro is. He's fairly well respected among conservative circles. even MAGA. I believe MAGA's even because Trump is. I don't think Trump's had an issue with Ben Shapiro. I mean, Ben Shapiro's met Trump, so I think he's not exactly an culture, so to speak. I don't think Trump is a big fan of an culture, but I don't think he has a problem with Ben Shapiro. But I want you to hear Ben Shapiro's take. Remember, Trump had the chart up showing all of the countries and what the reciprocal tariffs were going to look like, suggesting how bad these countries were ripping us off. I want you to hear, because Shapiro goes down the list of these countries and gives you what I guess you'd say the skinny on those numbers.
Those special savings, go check them out right now. Okay. Oracle.com/Shapiro. That's Oracle.com/Shapiro. So where's that number coming from?
These are the numbers.
Where the trade deficit comes in. It's coming from taking the trade deficit of that country and dividing it into the imports that the United States is taking in from that country, and then calling that a tariff rate. Okay, that has nothing to do with the tariff rate. Nothing at all. Zero things to do with the tariff rate. The reason, by the way, that we have a tariff. So according to this chart, for example.
Real quick, when he say this chart, he's talking about that chart that President Trump was holding up yesterday when he declared it Liberation Day with all of the countries and the trade imbalance and the reciprocal tariff chart is what he's talking about.
Madagascar is charging us 93% tariffs, and we ought to charge them 47% tariffs. Hey, that's what it says. That's what the thing says. There is only one problem with this. That is not remotely true. And if we have a trade deficit with Madagascar, then so the hell what? It's Madagascar. The GDP per capita in Madagascar is like $530 a year. Our trade deficit with Madagascar is a few $1 million. Is the idea we have to chisel out of the people of Madagascar extra dollars for American products, or we are getting screwed by the great and powerful people of Madagascar? Is that the idea here? It makes zero sense. It literally has nothing to do with the actual tariff rate. How do we know this? We've got perfect proof. Yesterday, Israel, which already had almost no tariffs on the United States, 99% of all goods coming into Israel had no tariff on them from the United States. That was something that Israel did in the 2000s because they used to have high tariffs. And what ended up happening is that Israelis would come to the United States, load up their bags with a bunch of American-made goods, and then take them back with them to Israel to avoid the tariffs. So Israel just got rid of all the tariffs. Yesterday, Israel announced zero tariffs on any American goods. The Trump administration hit them with a 17% tariff anyway, claiming that they had a 33% tariff rate on American goods, which clearly is not true. Why? Because it turns out that we buy more stuff from the Israelis than the Israelis buy from us. Shocker, they're a smaller country. We're a giant market. Not a giant shock, as it turns out. So this is pretty crazy because it turns out the trade deficit has nothing to do with the tariff rates. So we are punishing countries that have a low tariff rate with us. For example, like South Korea is listed on this chart as having a 50% tariff rate on us. The average tariff rate South Korea has on American goods, according to the World Trade Organization, is 0.79%. We have a free trade agreement with South Korea. It is listed on this chart as 50%. That's nonsense. It's not true. It just isn't true. And it leads to a 25% reciprocal tariff on all South Korean goods. Now, there are a number of reasons why this is a problem.
Okay, and he goes on and on. This is, I would highly, this is Ben Shapiro. The reason I'm playing this is because of who it is. This is not MSNBC or something like that. So I did want to play this. But there's a lot more to it that's literally hilarious. But I guess the point I'm making right here is that Ben Shapiro is making it clear that that chart they're holding up, claiming these countries are ripping us off, it's a lie. Those numbers are not factual. We'll see how this comes out in the future with Ben Shapiro, what he's saying versus what Trump is saying, if Trump turns out to be telling the truth. And Shapiro and his cronies do not know what they're talking about. We'll see how that goes down. But that's what he's basically saying, is that the stuff that Trump is talking about is absolutely based on nothing. I want you to hear one more clip, and Will G, I do see you. I want you to hear one more clip before we start the show. Now, this is coming from MSNBC, so I know it's not gonna. Ben Shapiro's on the right. MSNBC is on the left. I'm going to, I know a lot of my beloved MAGA don't want to hear from MSNBC, but I do believe this is worthy of noting because it is almost comical in regards to one of the countries we're imposing tariffs on. And I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, I think that's how you say it. It does have an airstrip, but all 593 Keeling Islanders will now be hit with an American government 10% tariff that will apply to, anything they might ever want to export here to us. Make it here, Keeling Islands, if you're going to make it. May I introduce you to Jan Mayen Island? It is a volcano, a volcanic island mostly covered in glaciers, hundreds of miles from anything else in the Arctic Ocean. Jan Mayen, I think that's how you say it. It does have an airstrip, but nobody lives there. Population 0 humans, many polar bears. That said, rest assured, we, the American people, are now protected from the predatory economic piracy of that uninhabited island. Thanks to our genius strongman ruler who has put the American government to work, Donald Trump has just slapped a 10% tariff on Jan Mayen Island, just in case anyone ever moves up there and tries to screw us over with their Jan Mayen Island underpriced export.
So let me just ask you folks, how do you think this is going to turn out? I mean, I just want to ask you, the left and the right is saying this stuff. How do you think this is going to turn out? You're laughing at the thing you helped happen, by the way. Astro, you don't watch the channel enough to make a statement like that. One of my viewers in the comments, and I appreciate your input. Astro says, I am laughing at the thing I helped happen. You must be very new to the broadcast, but thank you for your input. But what I want to ask you folks is, how do you think this is going to turn out? Do you think it's going to turn out to be an economic boom for the United States, or do you see otherwise? This is what we're going to talk about all night tonight, is these tariffs, because I want to get your opinion on it. I just want to get your opinion on it. It's still new. Essentially, everything we're doing is speculating because these countries have not even began to retaliate yet. But nevertheless, you got MSNBC suggesting that and MSNBC is not the only one that's talked about this. In fact, Ben Shapiro also mentioned it, that we've imposed tariffs on an island that has no citizens. There is no one on that island. We've imposed a 10% tariff. As you heard Ben Shapiro talking about, we've imposed tariffs on Madagascar and Ethiopia and places that essentially sends no goods or imports no goods from America. As he pointed out, the GDP, the average person is making like $300-400 a year. So why the hell? I mean, I want to get this from you folks, but it does sound like there was no research done to come up to the conclusion of some of this stuff. They just kind of like the federal firings where they just kind of did it. In terms of actual analysis and actual information, didn't count. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Start the show off. Appreciate that, didn't count. It sounds like there was really no homework done on this. But I want to hear from you folks if you maybe see this differently than what Ben Shapiro or even Rachel Maddow of MSNBC is saying. You certainly coffee says breaking news. Trump announced reciprocal tariffs on Marna, Gotham City, and Wakanda. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, this is going to be our money. Trump is going to go down in history as a very wealthy man. So none of this shit he's doing is going to hurt him. Real talk. Caught me off guard. Thank you, real talk. You guys are pretty kind. By the way, this is supposedly, just to step off topic for a minute, did you know that apparently TikTok is supposed to go away in 24 hours? Remember TikTok, the app got banned and Trump worked with the Chinese or whatever and gave us another 90 days or whatever. Apparently TikTok goes away again in 24 hours. So I just want to let you guys know, for folks who enjoy this type of dialogue back and forth, if TikTok goes down, then I will continue to stream on YouTube, horizontal, YouTube vertical as usual. And in place of TikTok, I will be live on Instagram and Clapper. Don't know if you have those apps, but on both of them, you can send comments and you can come up live and talk just like you can on TikTok. So Clapper and Instagram, and both in across all platforms, same name, the Handsome Liberal. So the party will continue if for some reason TikTok goes away tomorrow. So just letting you know that, and I'll probably bring that up multiple times throughout tonight's broadcast that we will be on live on Clapper and Instagram if TikTok goes down. But that is the claim is that TikTok only has 24 more hours and it will be gone. Remember, as I stated, when we lost TikTok, Trump brought it back, I think, for 90 days or something like that. And the plan is still the same. Somebody has to buy TikTok, otherwise it will be essentially taken away for U.S. residents. You know, the whole notion is it's owned by Chinese, and that is indeed some type of intelligence issue with America or something like that. In my humble opinion, with Elon Musk and his tech bros getting access to all of our data, I tend to think that Elon Musk is probably a bigger threat to your data security right now than TikTok is. Because they're in the fucking country with you. They actually have access to the banks and stuff that has your money, and they have access to, they have access to you. The Chinese don't have access to all of that. They would just have the data. Elon Musk is here on the same soil with you. So I tend to think that Elon Musk is probably a bigger threat to your data security than China is. But he is on the inside with Trump, so he gets a pass. Anyway, look it in the comments, though. But Signal is safe. Yeah, you know something in regards to what you're talking about. CH1970, you're talking about the Signal app. Apparently, in addition to using Signal to discuss some of our most confidential information about, as they call them, attack plans. I don't know what the hell is the difference between an attack plan and a war plan. Isn't a war launching an attack? I don't, planning. It's kind of an alternative fact thing, but they were actually using Gmail. In addition to using Signal, they were using their own email accounts to do this shit. It'll come up in the program, I'm sure. Anyhow, continuing on, I do want to bring you, okay, he put tariffs on the Penguins. Yeah. It's laughable. It's really laughable. Let me go to the bonds. So it started right out with Dencal. Good evening, Dencal. How's that Gangster Granny doing for your viewership, Tim? Gangster Granny will be up tonight. Indie Russian. Wow, Gangster Grandma got somebody on YouTube already asking about it. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Hey, so day 2 of the tariffs. Heard any good news yet?
The only good news I see is a lot of people like me are able to buy stocks at a discount today.
But shit, are you sure that what you buy today won't drop in price tomorrow?
No, I'm not saying that I'm jumping in. I'm just saying, whenever you see one of the Magnificent Seven stocks drop by 4% in one day, that's a buying opportunity.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not jumping in right now because this ain't the bottom.
No,
this
is absolutely.
I'm just saying that wealthy people are not tripping about this because they're going to gobble up all of the assets that are dirt cheap. This is where wealth is created in times of turmoil. A lot of millionaires and billionaires were created after the crash of 2008 because when the stock market drops like a rock, that allows people with a lot of cash on the side to come in and buy up assets really cheap.
Yeah. Well, shit. Is there anything you'd recommend to some of us middle class citizens that they may want to get involved in?
I mean, to the novice, I wouldn't advise buying particular stocks, but I would say it's easy to say that buying into the Magnificent Seven, and you can look that up. The Magnificent Seven are the highest, rated companies in the world, like the Apples and Amazons and Tesla.
Shit, Apple. I heard. Yeah,
I
Apple.
know about Tesla.
Yeah, I don't want to fuck with Tesla, but because of that one man. But Apple, right, on the other hand, because all of their products are made in China, I heard, their stock is way down as well because now they got to figure out some kind of way to bring their manufacturing back.
Right. So, but those like the Magnificent Seven, I would advise anybody that wants that's a novice that's not really particularly informed on stocks. Like that's a way that they could get in on the ground level, and and make some money in the long run because we don't know how long it's going to take. I mean, we've lost $3 trillion just today in valuation just from that stock market plunge almost 17.
But let me ask you this: obviously we just speculating. I'm certainly no financial analyst by any stretch of the imagination. But let me ask you this: what happens if tomorrow Trump gets advised by analysts that he actually believe in that you need to lift these sanctions or lift these tariffs? Essentially, they're the same thing as a sanction, but you need to lift these tariffs and make deals so that the other countries realize it is not going to happen. What do you think would happen to all of the market right now? All of the money that's been lost, all of the stocks that are down. Let's just take one like Apple, for instance. Now that they know they got to bring their manufacturing and stuff to America. Let's say Trump at the the snap of his fingers decide this is a bad path. Somebody don't got to him that he trusts. I've decided this is not the right path for America. We're going to take things back to normal. What would happen, you think, to some of these stocks?
I think that some of them would regain their value, but the problem with that is that the stock market or, the investment community itself, they like stability. They don't like instability.
Right.
They like to be able to plan. Like, this stuff that Trump is talking about, how he's got these companies to pledge trillions of dollars, and like those commitments were made 5-10 years ago. Like companies that big don't just decide, oh, we're gonna spend $1 trillion over here or $100 million over there. This stuff was already in the works because it makes sense financially. Right. Nobody's doing that just because Trump said do it. So they may have said that, but if it doesn't make sense to them financially, they're not going to do it. And all of these people running around out here who don't understand how tariffs work and how this stuff works, saying it's going to bring back manufacturing. I would ask anybody on your live, do you see any big mega factories being built around your city right now? Because it takes years to develop that stuff, and then years more for those companies to start making profits. So I don't understand why they think, in 3 months or 6 months, everything's going to be back to normal. No, it's not.
Yeah, I think what you pointed out in regards to being unpredictable is probably. I mean, would you really want to spend millions of dollars to build factories when you know he could snap his fingers at a whim and make everything you done worthless? I mean, so I agree with you in regards to the volatility of him being an unpredictable leader. You probably would be very hesitant to make any major investment in business under Trump because he changes his mind at the drop of a hat.
And the next president almost assuredly is not going to go forward with all of the stuff he's doing.
True.
So it doesn't matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat that comes in after this, nobody's going to go along with this plan. So all of this stuff is going to start getting rolled back, and all of these companies, which they got much smarter people on their boards than me and you sitting here, they know we're not about to spend no $100 million on no new factory when the next administration damn sure gonna come in and gonna roll back all of this stuff, and we're gonna go back to the way, they're gonna go away from this tariff stuff. Tariffs do not work.
I said the same thing about Trump's really strict policies on the border. I said the same thing, that likely the next politician that follows him, because there's a lot of business farmers and construction sites, people who donate money to political campaigns that want a certain amount of immigrants in here. And Trump has this really closed door policy now to those people. And I said just like what you're talking about with the tariffs, then it's likely the next guy that come in there is going to roll a lot of that stuff back too.
They're going to have to, because it's going to be damaging to the global order. Like you can't, like we sitting here, we laughing talking about how you putting these tariffs on islands that like don't have any people and all of that stuff. But this is the type of uncertainty. Like, how can a business sit down at the table with Trump and be and really like make a deal when they understand that he don't know what the hell he talking about?
Yeah.
All of these people going up to him telling him that they're gonna give him, oh, we gonna invest. I guarantee you not a third of that is going to come to fruition. They just hyping him up because they know that's what he like to hear.
But I got to ask, listen, there's a lot of, despite what Gangsta Grandma going to tell me probably after you and some of my other viewers, there are intelligent MAGA. There's plenty of MAGA that are intelligent. Why aren't they saying this? I mean, Stuart Varney of Fox, Charles Payne, these are smart people. Why are they not saying this stuff?
They too invested now. Their reputations are now online. Like, they have gone headfirst into this shit. You can't stop here on the breaks and say everything I've been saying is bullshit. They got to hold the line. They got to continue. They going down with the ship, bro.
So if I'm watching Charles Payne, and Neil Cavuto's no longer on there, but if I'm watching Charles Payne or I'm watching, Stuart Varney or somebody, and they spend, month after month after month telling me shit according to you that they know is not true. I mean, I gotta assume their career as their career as financial analyst is probably gonna be severely harmed, is what you're saying.
Not if they still on Fox News.
Wait a minute. You telling me the Fox News viewers will keep watching them even if they know they got played?
You want me to play you audio or video of JD Vance, of all the top people in MAGA right now calling Trump the most horrible person in the world? You want me to? Can we do that? I
get your point. In other words, they likely to flip if it benefits them career-wise.
They don't give a damn. They don't care, man. You've always said this. If Trump say it, it is so.
Yeah, and that's really what's happening on these tariffs. But did you see the clip I played of Ben Shapiro breaking down each country and how that chart that Trump held up yesterday, those numbers are not true? Now, Ben Shapiro is definitely favorable to MAGA, and he is one of the few apparently that's on social media that actually is pointing out that this stuff that they're telling you is not accurate.
Well, Ben Shapiro, my personal opinion about him is he's not favorable to MAGA. He's favorable to Israel. And as long as the government is on, like Trump is on Israel's side about anything, he cool. And I bet you the only reason he's speaking out is because they tariffed Israel.
Yeah, they did do that. They tariffed everybody. There's not a single country on earth that they didn't tariff.
Exactly.
They tariff places where people don't even live.
Exactly. So imagine who was sitting there drawing up all of this information, then allowed him to come out in front of the American people and say, these are the tariffs that these countries have on us, so we're going to tariff them half of that. That was a bold-faced lie.
This is what I've been screaming from day one is that, I'm not throwing Trump and Elon under the bus, and I've been saying that if what they're talking about they're doing is true, a lot of things they're doing for America could be good things for this country. But as I stated, I need to see proof. When Elon is saying he's finding waste, fraud, and abuse, I need to see proof. Just like with these numbers now, apparently the numbers that Trump is saying, this reciprocal tariffs, we need to see proof. I said this about the Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. I mean, Trump says a lot of things that MAGA, you're right, MAGA just believes without any proof. The same thing with the folks that are being sent to El Salvador. They're all gang members. Well, without due process, there's no way to prove it. And he has that benefit that if he says something, MAGA requires no proof at all.
Right. And just like all of the financial analysts I've listened to, and I know you got a 9 to 5, so you probably haven't had a chance to just listen to all of these people. They're all saying the same thing. He used some equation, some quack equation that basically took the difference between our trade imbalance, like how much.
Yeah, Shapiro says it in this video. Shapiro actually gives
he
that.
explained it perfectly, and that's how all of the other ones have explained it, and they've all said what he said is bullshit. And what he's doing makes no sense. Just because you buy more from somebody than they buy from you doesn't mean that they're cheating you.
Yeah.
It just means that your economy is bigger. Theirs might be smaller. Like there's a bunch of different things.
I don't get that. I mean, do we really expect Japan to buy as many American cars from us as we buy? I mean, when you think about the population of America, you really expect that many Buicks and Chevys to be on the streets of Japan?
No, they drive mopeds over there.
Right, they didn't get their streets don't even have a room to accommodate you can't put an Escalade all over Tokyo. It doesn't, like, you're right, the street don't have a room for it.
So it makes no sense to just a blanket statement. The whole world has been cheating us, so now we're going to get them back. Like, that makes no sense to any person that halfway understands the economy. There's nobody that can explain to me that the United States has ever sat down and did a trade agreement with a country, and that country got the best of us. I don't believe it. We have shitted on.
Well, they're gonna bring up. I guess they would bring up something like the Iran deal. They believe that Iran got the best of Obama.
They didn't get the best of Obama. Made a nuclear deal to inspect all of their facilities by using money that belonged to them. That was the best deal ever.
I'm just simply saying the right things. That deal was.
I hear that, but those are people who are just listening to what he said, because no other country in the world is saying what America is saying about that deal. Only Trump is saying that.
Yeah.
So we go back to everything Trump says is now gospel. It's in alignment with the Bible. But anything somebody else says has got to be wrong. We got to all be. We don't know what we're talking about. They just said it today on Fox News. We just got to trust what Trump says. And I'm saying, why? Why do I have to believe what he says?
Well, the notion is that Trump has been a successful business person all his life, and he knows more about business than you and I. Therefore, he should be more trustworthy than you and I.
He knows more about real estate than you and I. I will give him that. He knows more about maybe construction companies than you and I. But international affairs, dealing with this kind of stuff, where there's a chain reaction, where there's like he thinks that he's just going to make this move and then everything is going to move accordingly. No, there's all different types of intricacies that go along with global trade that are not going to go his way. People are going to die of starvation. People are going to have problems all around the world because he says that countries are ripping us off. So now those people are going to suffer.
But you got to. I think you got to get Trump credit. You know, I always say this, and you guys don't like it, but fact is, Trump, the bullying tactic of doing things that people don't like and leaving them no other choice but to follow your will has worked for him throughout his adult life. So it shouldn't surprise anybody that he's doing it now. He's in the White House. He has been, when he was a businessman, the same thing, whether it's hostile takeovers, whether it's not paying contractors, what you gonna do about it? He has really benefited significantly from the standpoint of what you gonna do about it. I'm much bigger than you, as he told Zelensky. You don't have the cards. You don't have the ability to disagree with what I'm telling you to do. It's worked really well for him.
And what I am saying is that anybody that understands the international order, we already understood that the United States had that power over everybody. It's not that you have to utilize all of the power that you have to punish other people. Like that's not a trait of a great leader. Just because you have the power to destroy somebody that doesn't agree with you, what we want in a leader is somebody that can go in and that can have dialogue, use their political influence to convince people that this is the best thing for everybody. Not to say everything is about me, and if you don't bend to my will, then fuck you. Like, that's not a great leader. That's somebody.
Now, what we want in a great leader is to get these damn transgender under control and stick it to the lips. He's done it. I got to move it on. But that is what they're judging him on. He's gotten the border under control. He's gotten these transgender to stick in their own damn lane, and he's sticking it to the liberals. That alone gives him an A+ for MAGA. Last word on you.
Okay. Well, I would just say, if you would have took my advice and you would have put you a board up there in the back, you would have been able to tick off. You would have been able to tick off 2 things out of 1,000. You would have been able to tick off the border and getting rid of those dang on trans people, and the rest of the shit would have been unchecked.
It's only been 2 months, Cal. It's only been 2 months. I gotta go. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, I did want to respond to a couple super chats there. Will G starts the program off. Oh shit, I can't get my soundboard is not plugged in. God damn. Will G says Trump ain't shit. MAGA ain't shit. Trump is trying to tank the economy on purpose to force the tax cuts of people making over 400K. The rest of us will have a tax increase. Well, I think it's pretty safe to say the tariffs are going to amount to a tax increase for the average American. But you believe Trump wants to tank the economy on purpose? Wow. Really? Trump wants to tank the economy on purpose. And you're saying to force the tax cuts of people making over 400K. So he's going to destroy the economy and hurt the little man just so he can give the wealthy tax cuts, is what you're saying. Ooh, I hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong, because I'm not in the over 400K market by any stretch of the imagination. Host lied for the last 4 years. Says, let me know what I mental libtard. Go ahead and state what you think I've been lied about. Will G says all the maggots, not MAGA. He says maggots, those little white things that squirm around on the carcass of deceased matter. He says all the maggots making over 400K and those that hope to get in the tax bracket know the economy tank is on purpose. So he is saying that upper middle class and wealthy right-leaning constituents know that Trump is trying to do this on purpose. I haven't heard anybody say that. I haven't heard anybody suggest that Trump is deliberately trying to tank the economy. I'm trying not to think that. I have a hard time swallowing that one. I believe that it might just be a matter of ignorance. In my opinion, we see what happened with the firings of the federal government. They fired a lot of people and had to bring them back. JFK fired a chunk of HHS workers last week, and now this week had to admit that some of that was done erroneously, and they had to rehire some folks. Elon Musk has fired people erroneously and had to bring them back. Trump, on the other hand, has sent people to El Salvador, and they had to admit they were wrong there. So I'm just simply saying it's pretty clear they may be wrong on some of these tariffs as well. Clearly, some of the things they're doing, when you're imposing tariffs on locations that do not even have human population, clearly you're just, all of this shit is being done via chainsaw. None of this stuff is being done with a scalpel. In other words, looking at each country individually, having the right analysts look at things and come up with some kind of fair tariff. They're just throwing shit out there, whether it's firing federal employees, whether it's deporting people, whether it is imposing tariffs. They're moving really fast without any type of checks and balances. They're not really checking their work. That's why they're making so many mistakes. This is what I said in regards to due process, whether you're driving down a highway or sending people to prison in El Salvador. The faster you do something, the more likely you are to make mistakes. And they're making a lot of mistakes doing this stuff because they're just moving so damn fast. We also give boatloads of money to Israel. So why would they impose tariffs against us? Well, we impose tariffs against Israel. I don't know why we would do that. That doesn't even make sense. We know Trump is selling off the country piece by piece. Damn, Will, you really think Trump is just on some sinister shit? He's trying to destroy the economy to give tax breaks to MAGA earning over 400K. And you also believe he's trying to sell off the country piece by piece. I mean, is that if what you're saying is true? I mean, wouldn't that be essentially treason? Trying to destroy your own country, trying to sabotage, at least from a financial aspect, trying to sabotage your own country. I hope you're wrong about that. Let me go back to the box. I'm going to go ahead and take a deep dive into the world of gangsta grandma. Good evening, gangsta. Now, I haven't been on here long enough for you to attack me tonight, so I'm assuming I've been doing a better job.
Oh, I'm gonna attack you any time, because you be fucking up every damn time. What are you talking
What
about?
did I do wrong tonight?
Oh, you haven't yet, but I'll come back if you are. I would tear your ass up.
I've been good tonight though. So what do you think? The tariffs? Do you see it like my last caller, or like one of my viewers is suggesting that Trump is trying to tear the country apart on purpose? You don't believe that, do you? You believe that?
What kind of special ass idiot would tariff everybody and don't tariff Russia? He didn't give Russia nothing, but he did the penguins, for God's sake. What the fuck did the penguins do to him?
Well, as I stated, I believe they just are imposing tariffs without actually paying attention to what they're doing.
I'm gonna tell you something. We are fucked around. I didn't fuck around. I voted for her. And let me tell you this. This wasn't about egg prices or about the cheese prices and anything. This is all about racism. Because now we fucked around. Yeah, it is. Because let me tell you something. This man is trying to destroy the United States. This man is trying to destroy us.
Why? Why would he do that?
For the billionaires to get wealthy all over again.
So you sound just like my viewer Will in the comments that is saying the same thing, selling off the country piece by piece.
He is. That motherfucker is doing it. He is. And people's like, oh no, he wants to lower our egg prices. Oh no, our milk is going to go down. Our gas is going down. No, bitch, it's going to go high.
You don't see.
Okay.
I mean, I'm being told that Trump is a patriot. Trump loves his country.
Patriot. That motherfucker's a Dodge ass bitch. Oh my God, I got bone spur. I couldn't do it.
Well, I mean, if he has some foot issues, he has some foot issues.
Oh, shut the fuck up. He has a fucking foot issue. Come on, Fifi. Quit bluffing.
You want to throw the man into a war zone with bone spurs?
Really? Really?
I mean, if he had a foot ailment, he had a foot ailment.
A fucking bone spur. That white trailer trash ass, bipolar ass bitch. He's just bougie. He don't want to do it. Oh, he's too white. He has a silver spoon in his mouth. God forbid. Get the fuck out of here.
You know, I think you just really hate the guy beyond belief. I mean, I don't think you sound like my viewers is often saying this.
Let me tell you something about what I hate. I hate the maggots. Do you know why I hate them? Because they voted for a treasonous bitch. That's what I do.
You're calling the president of the United States a bitch. You realize how disrespectful that is?
Do I give a fuck? Do you know how disrespectful that motherfucker is? Do I give a fuck? I wish a Big Mac would take his ass out. Are you going to do something about it? Fuck no. Get the fuck, quit riding on him.
Did you say a Big Mac?
Yeah, he loves his McDonald's, don't he?
How do you get taken out by a Big Mac?
Eat a lot of them. Have a stroke, a heart attack.
You really, let me just get this clear. I want to make sure I'm not hearing this, and I'm gonna give you a chance to give me better clarity on this. You sound like you would actually be happy if Trump were to perish. That can't be right.
Oh my God! You know what I always do? You know what I do? I'll give me my fucking Crown Royal. I'll put a Crown Royal in my glass and say, "Hallelujah! The Antichrist is dead."
You would celebrate the death of the president.
I surely would. Yes, I would.
No, come on. Now, you realize that's wrong? I mean, you would.
The Antichrist is wrong. Okay? The Antichrist is wrong. I don't worship the man. I don't give a fuck about this man. If he would go bye tomorrow, I would be celebrating. I would give out free burritos tomorrow.
What has he done to make you that angry with him? Why do you hate him so much?
He's a triple K. What the fuck? What do you want? He's a triple K. Do you think I won't give a damn about the triple K? Do you think he won't hang us on a tree? Get the fuck out of here.
What are you? Okay, when you suggesting something as awful as him being a member of the Triple K, what are you basing
Hey,
that
his
on?
daddy was the Triple K. He is a. There's good people on both sides. What the fuck do you think that is?
I mean, you gon' listen. But shit, to be honest with you, my daddy died of crack use. I've never tried drugs. You can't hold somebody accountable for what their daddy did.
Do you see how you snip it? Do you see how you fucking?
Wait, say that again. You went on mute.
You are going. You are like a mega undercover mega. You really are. You really are.
Wait. You saying that I am undercover MAGA based on what?
You really are.
How am I
really
under?
are.
No, wait. I do believe in respecting the office of president. You're talking about.
Let me tell you, respect goes both ways, buddy. And that motherfucker don't respect no black and brown people. That motherfucker try to put five boys underneath the damn ground because he stays up and down. He raped the white woman. Get the fuck out of here.
You're talking about the Central Park Five.
Yeah.
But okay, he made a bad. Maybe he made a bad.
Maybe. There wasn't no maybe. Say how you snipping. I tell you what. Did you have to lube? Because you surely is going. All fours.
No, Jesus. No, I'm saying maybe he made a mistake on the Central Park Five, but that doesn't mean he's racist like you're alluding to.
He is right. Oh my fucking God. I swear to God. I swear to God, the education system in this United States failed half the motherfuckers in the United States. Oh, he's not fucking right. Oh, okay. Give a dog a bone. Okay, give a dog a damn bone.
I'm hearing that Trump used to date black women. I'm hearing he donated money to Jesse Jackson.
Oh my God. You know what? I dated a fucking white boy till I saw his pea goober, and I said, God couldn't do it. Okay, shut the fuck up. I have a white fucking friend. Okay, he has a black friend and he's not fucking racist. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, Boogie. He don't want your black ass carrying his money.
I think you're accusing the man of stuff you don't have any proof of. I don't see where you're telling me this.
What the fuck are you talking about? You know what redlining is? Do you know that his people got in trouble for not renting to black people in the 70s?
But that's,
And put okay, let me break this down. I got a little blood to fuck with you. Because see, I couldn't fucking marry. See, I don't know how your wife could do with your ass. Because I would be going to jail for DV on you.
oh my God.
No, I could not. Because I couldn't do a sipping ass motherfucking black person. So you know what? How do you call him racist? He put colored on the damn things, saying, "Oh, don't rent to them because they don't got good credit." Get the fuck out of here.
But you're gonna hold Trump accountable for something he did back in the 1970s. I mean, is it possible he could maybe got his life back on order? I get what I get what you're saying about.
Okay, let me tell you something. You walk like a goddamn fucking duck, you quack like a goddamn duck, and you walk like a duck, you're a fucking quack. You can't change somebody's heart like that. You can't. Once a racist, always a racist.
Well, you know they suggested Biden was that way. Did you hold him accountable?
Biden, see, let me tell you about Biden. At least he tried it. But Biden, you know what? All white people, they do tendency to be racist, but he changed. Okay? This motherfucker hasn't changed with the shit. What are you talking about?
I'm being told that Trump did more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln.
Really? Really? What the fuck did he do? What the fuck did he do? Give you guys a fucking cookie?
The economy.
What did he do for us? Oh my God! What did he do for us? Gave us a shot of Hennessy? What the fuck did he do for us? Oh, tell me something. Because last time I saw, he said he was gonna give the po-pos a few immunity to unalive our asses. Oh yeah, that really doing something for our black asses, isn't it?
I can't argue with the immunity thing. You got me on that. I'm no fan of that.
Right? Oh, but he's gonna do something for us, right?
Well,
and then last time when he was fucking in office, give the cops an arm, let him bang us in the head a couple of times, right?
I mean, listen, the guy exaggerates a little bit. I mean, I get what
No, he wasn't. Oh my God, you a raccoon, aren't you? You a fucking ass goddamn raccoon, aren't you?
Look, you make it sound like anybody that's African American that says anything positive of Trump, like there's something wrong with him.
You a sellout. Because do you think he likes your black ass? Or you gonna go to his wannabe raisin potato salad ass?
You and the potato.
Barbecues? Are we really gonna go there? Oh, hell no, we ain't. Well, I fucking, for one, I would never touch that. God, no. Who puts raisins in a potato salad? Only white tea people. The maggots do.
But you know, folks are going to suggest that some of the stuff you're saying makes you sound really racist and intolerant to white people.
If well, let me tell you something. You walk, let me break this shit down to you. I'm not racist. I like my white tea people that's on our side. Okay? Okay? I do not like the maggots that voted against me.
Well, the MAGA voters.
No, see, Mexicans took over MAGA, okay? The Mexicans, just like the white tea man took over woke and just twisted it around and said everybody's woke. But bitch, yeah, I am. I'm proud to be fucking woke. I'm woke because I can't trust you white tea people.
Is it possible that maybe MAGA just are patriots and want to do the best for this country? Maybe they voted for Trump for that reason?
Oh, yeah. What the fuck did they do that was so patriot? January 6th? That was fucking patriot? That was patriot? Huh? Giving us correct? In the 50s and 60s?
Let me ask you to you this way.
Yeah, that is so really patriot. Get the fuck out of here.
Let me ask you to you this way. Trump ran a campaign on focusing on taking care of the welfare of Americans first. Is there anything wrong with that?
What has he done? Slapped us with tariffs that we're gonna pay for?
He's only been in office for 2 months.
What?
He's only been in office for 2 months.
And it's pure hell. Go fucking figure.
Well, I mean, look, you got a lot to correct after Biden has ruined everything. It takes time.
What the oh, hell no. Not your black ass saying Biden ruined everything. What the fuck? Are you fucking bipolar? What the fuck are you?
This is what we're being told, is that Biden destroyed the country so damn bad. It's going to take some months for him to get things, on track
Biden
again.
Walked into a pandemic, okay? Let's go there. You want to go there? Hell no. Let's go there, okay? Let's go there, Pookie. Ray. Bent over for the white man. Can you feel it in your ass? Let me tell you this. Let's break this down to you, okay? The white man that was in office thought, oh my God, April, we're going to get rid of the virus. Okay? Just go drink bleach. Go drink some bleach.
He did not say drink bleach.
Are you fucking serious?
I played it.
Disinfectant!
Okay, that's not bleach.
Oh my fucking God. That's why poison control got a lot of things, a lot of calls saying, you know what? Black people's drinking bleach.
I think you just have blind hatred for the president.
Oh my fucking God. Go look it up. Google's free. Google is fucking free.
I mean, I played the clip. The man said disinfectant. He didn't say bleach. You're saying bleach. He didn't say that.
What is disinfectant? What is disinfectant?
It could be Lysol. It could be citrus. It could be anything.
Okay, dude. Okay. Ride his little pee-weenie. I hope you feel it. Because you know what? You're going to feel all the wrath when his shit comes to an end. And all the tariffs are coming. And every goddamn thing. And all the little maggots going to say, oh my God, I can't afford a TV. Oh my God, I can't afford this. I can't afford that. Go ahead.
You don't think there's any chance at all that Trump may restore the economy and get things back on track?
Why would you fix something that won't?
Maybe she had a call. Well, give her a chance. Give her a moment.
Why? Why would you fix it that wasn't broken? We lost over 5,000 points on the damn, what is that called? The stock market. Since he's been in.
It was a rough day. It was a rough day, but.
A rough day? A rough since he's been in office. A rough. What the hell are you talking about?
It was a little bit rough, but you're telling me that you believe the economy was doing well under Biden? Is that what you're telling me?
Let me tell you something. The only thing that hurt Biden was a stupid ass Democrat saying fight harder for him. They didn't say what the fuck they did for him and helped him. Because let me tell you something. We went from 9% up there when it was sky high buying everything. He got us down to 2.8. Okay? You know what the unemployment was? 14% under, you beloved Orange Jesus. It went down to under 5%. undivided.
Oh my God! All right, I gotta move on, gangster. But I think
you do want
I think you being a little
your
bit.
black ass. I'm roasting you to hell and back. You need to quit focusing. You know what? You need is get a goddamn backbone to these fucking little maggots.
I believe in free speech.
Okay, let me tell you about free speech. There is things about free speech, right?
Yeah.
But there's consequences with this free speech.
Yeah.
Okay? And what they're doing is not free speech. It's called misinformation.
Before I move it on from you, someone made a comment I think is worthy of reading. A fresh guy states, people like you will deter anyone in the center to go to the MAGA side because you're so, you're so bombastic. How do you respond to that?
Okay, you know what? Let me tell you something. If this fucking turns you to go to a maggot, you've been a maggot all along. I'm just spitting the fucking truth. I'm not one of these types of liberals. Yes, baby, you do it this way. Oh, yes, baby, you do it. No, I ain't gonna coddle your bitch asses. I'm telling like it fucking is. You guys are worthless. You guys are uneducated. And you guys are fools for believing a white man over anybody. The only reason why you didn't fucking vote for her is because she's a black woman. She spoke her goddamn fucking facts, and she was gonna fucking help us. But you want to burn the system down, and you want to believe a white man over her. Well, guess what, bitch? You're gonna burn the whole shit down. And your white tea asses are gonna be crying after a while.
All right, Grandma. You know they're gonna say that's racist, but as always.
Oh, well, you know what? The white man is fucking gonna say that's racist. They can kiss my black ass. How about that?
As always, it's a pleasure talking to you.
And guess what? I have an ass. They don't. They can't cook. I can.
I gotta go. That is indeed gangsta grandma. I repeat, she never makes it easy. But I am a big proponent of free speech. What do we say? We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Gangsta grandma, folks on the far right, you're welcome on the show any day. We don't block, ban, or censor, and she always makes the best example of that. Nevertheless, we are MAGA friendly. If you favor this open dialogue type of conversation, feel free to follow the program if you're watching on TikTok, Instagram. We're live on Instagram, and of course, if you're on YouTube, a subscription, if you will. We're generally here most weekdays. So look at it. And by the way, tap the screen for my TikTok viewers. Get us on up to about 40,000. 40,000, THOU. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Perhaps 24 hours is all we have left of TikTok. Mike, appreciate the mic indeed. Thank you, Mike, for that. But yeah, apparently TikTok will be going away in 24 hours. So I'm going to be saying that throughout the broadcast, is that if TikTok is no longer here again, like it was a few months ago before Trump worked on bringing it back, we will continue the program will continue. We'll just be live on Instagram, Clapper, and YouTube. So for you folks who do regularly call in, come on over to Clapper or come on over to Instagram, get a free account just like you do on TikTok. You can leave comments and you can come up live the same way on TikTok. Looking in the comments real quick though, tumbling stock market means bargain shopping. Maxwell Stewart, it's going to mean a lot more than that. In fact, you might be bargain shopping and not even getting bargains. I mean, you might end up seeing shit at the dollar store costing as much as shopping at Target. I mean, that's where we might be headed to, where everything costs more. Justice for all penguins. No penguin has ever been tariffed under the Democrats. And that is something that makes Trump the laughing stock, that they actually impose tariffs on a landmass that has no citizens. It just, listen, we can talk about whether what Trump is doing is good for the country or vice versa. But when you're imposing tariffs on a country that has no people, it makes it clear that you're not doing some homework. It makes it clear that some of this shit is there's no brain work going into it. And how that happened, I have no clue. But anyway, going back to the box before we move it on, make those penguins pay. I mean, just gave the liberals all sorts of material with that by doing something crazy like that. I don't understand it. Tap the screen, get us on up to about 30,000 so I'll take the next caller at 30,000. Get a screen a good minute of tapping. Real quick, I'll read the comments. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black, says Gerald Jimerson. Yeah, that is a quote from Biden. I'll just say this in regards to the racial overtones of Biden, racial overtones of Trump. I think it depends on who you support. If you support Trump, vote for me. You ain't black ain't gonna mean shit because Trump did say if the Israelis don't, if the Jewish don't vote for him, they hate Israel, they hate the Jewish religion. I mean, I've played the quote on the program before, which is essentially vote for me or you ain't Jewish, and the right didn't even give a shit. So if you support the candidate, you're gonna let stuff like that pass. I've played on the program many times. There is no doubt that Trump has said stuff recently that it can certainly make you think this guy does not like certain groups of people. But if you're on the right and it's just a retweet or he was just joking or you're taking that out of context, I mean, he has said some stuff. I'm not going to pretend like he is not. My last caller was pretty passionate that he's an full-blown racist. We can talk about that, but I mean, there's no denying that there are things that Trump has said and done that is worthy of bringing up. So if you see "vote for me, you ain't black" as a racially charged statement, but him being having to settle out of court for not renting the people of color is not, then you're kind of biasing it. I appreciate the hat and mustache. Yeah, that came from I don't know who just sent that, but was that Mike? Yeah, appreciate it. Moving on with the program. We at 30,000. Yes, we are, and then we'll go straight to Mike. Good evening. Busy day. We're analyzing so far the mess known as the tariffs. What say you?
I say that this dumbass it put tariffs on Happy Feet.
They come with the penguins? How do you think something like that happens?
Because Tim, they're not listening. Just like everything else, there's no logic, no rationale behind. There's no strategy other than they're trying to fleece the American people. It's not even Democrat or Republican, and at this point, they're literally just getting as much as he can to cover these tax breaks. They want to increase the debt ceiling, but what, $5 trillion is what it was? Isn't that what they proposed?
I heard something like that.
Yeah, $5 trillion in the debt ceiling. We all know what this is about.
Do you agree with listening to what you're saying? Will G in the comments. Do you agree with him suggesting that they are deliberately trying to destroy the country financially?
Yes.
Why?
I've been telling you that for the longest.
Just to give money to wealthy?
Yes. Listen, what other rationale is there?
Could be lack of knowledge. Could just be mistakes due to ignorance. I don't believe they intended to charge a country that has no citizens. That's just ignorance.
Because they don't care. They don't care. They're just trying to get the wealth as fast as they can, any way they can, 100%. And if people get caught in the wash, like sending people to Venezuela that aren't gang members, then so be it. So this country that he put tariffs on, this island of penguins, is like putting a person on the plane that wasn't part of a gang.
Something when you said like sending people to El Salvador that are not gang members. The crazy thing is, I've never imagined there would be a day where simply being part of a gang alone would get you sent to prison. You ain't did nothing wrong. You just got a gang tattoo and that. I mean, if you're an immigrant, I can see where it might get you deported, but sent to prison?
Tim, they don't care. Listen, my brother, I've been telling you this from the beginning, and I was hoping to be wrong. If we're honest about it, I told you a long time ago. I was hoping that I would be wrong.
Yeah, we don't even have a law on the books that makes it a crime to be part of a gang. I mean, you're sending them to prison for something that's not even a crime. I just don't understand that.
Man, he's firing people because Laura Boebert told him to.
Yeah, that happened today. Like 7 people.
I mean, Laura Boebert, one of the biggest conspiracy theorists out there. One of the biggest ones out there. And he's taking her advice, but it doesn't surprise. And MAGA, while all this was happening, your beloved leader is out there golfing today. What another slap in the face. While the tariffs are going on, that's right. I'm sorry, Laura Loomer. I said Boebert. You're right. Laura Loomer. He's out golfing today.
Yeah. Well, the man likes to golf. I mean, listen, he has, he's running the country, he's leading the free world. The man got to be able to take a break occasionally, right?
$30 million worth of golfing since he was sworn in. $30 million spent for him to golf.
Listen, and I get it. They were doing the same thing to Obama, counting up how much money he was on vacation. But the fact is, when you have the size of the security detail that the president has, I don't care if you go to McDonald's, it's probably going to cost thousands of dollars. I mean, there's no way to move all of that equipment, all of those vehicles around all them people without it costing money. The only way he's going to save us money is to really not go on vacation at all.
Well, and I'm not saying don't go at all. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that when you smack these tariffs, how much did we lose today in the stock market?
$3 trillion.
$3 trillion in one day. The Dow was down 1,600 points. 1,600 points.
Yeah, worst days since his first term during the pandemic. I mean, Biden, he don't beat Biden twice in terms of worst day in the stock market. Twice he don't beat him.
Yeah, and have you had? I just came in right before Gangsta Grind. Has anybody came up here to try to defend it?
No, and I'm looking for somebody. No, I haven't had anybody try to defend what's going on.
All kidding aside, I mean, people can push back on Trump and MAGA like I do, but I was telling you the whole time, Tim. I don't want to be right about this. Who wants to be right about this? I mean, at the end of the day, you got.
Well, yeah. If Trump fails, we all fail.
Well, shit. He's not on the He's not on the winning roller coaster right now. Now is he?
There's been better days. There's been better days.
Tim, this is an historic failure to the point where. Did you hear Jim Cramer earlier today?
No.
Lost his shit? Yeah, he lost his shit about this. I mean, it's sad. It's sad because it's going to cost people their pensions. There's gains in their 401k that you're not going to see back.
I said that if you are less than 5 years from retirement, chances are, whenever you cash out, it's going to be less than it would have been if Kamala Harris or Biden had won. And there's not enough time for the market, in my opinion. You're not going to get this much because like you said, we lost $3 trillion today. We haven't even gotten to the point where these countries began to retaliate. So there is definitely worse times ahead. It's going to certainly get worse before it gets better. So if you're close to cashing out, you lost money that you're just not going to get back.
Right. And let me say this to a bunch of these Trump supporters in the comments. You did not see, this is the problem that I have, Tim. Trying to defend something, number one, he didn't campaign on. Number two, if he didn't campaign on it, you couldn't have supported it. So, which means you didn't vote for this shit. And you're still trying to make excuses. And the funny thing is, if this were Biden, they would. Do you know what would be going on if the Democrats would have been doing this thing right here? He didn't run on tanking the economy. Bullshit.
In defense of Trump, the argument is he is not trying to tank the economy. He's trying to create a fair trade balance and stop countries from ripping us off. That is what he believes he's doing. So he ain't trying to tank the economy.
Tim, when he was right, and see, this is the problem. When they were talking about how Kamala didn't have policy, but you go to her website and she had detailed policy. And then when they come up here, they say shit like drill, baby, drill, right? with no fucking detail. There was no detail. He never outlined that this was going to be part of his strategy, that he was just going to burn shit up. He didn't say it was going to hurt a little bit until well after he was already inaugurated. He didn't. This is the problem that I have with this. This is like blatant disregard for what? Right? He didn't come in and say we were going to be looking at trillions of dollars lost in 401ks. He didn't say that shit.
No, the promise was the promise was that things were going to be done essentially almost overnight. All of a sudden it's months. You gotta give me time, and it's stuff like I only been in here for you said 24 hours. What they're really saying now is that he wasn't really wrong for saying he could do stuff really quick like that. You as a voter was dumb to believe it. You should have knew he couldn't do that quick. That's kind of where we're at now, is that anybody complaining, why isn't he doing it on day one, or why isn't he doing it in 24 hours like he promised? The accountability is on you for believing that it was even possible.
Right now, and I know that you're just regurgitating what they were saying.
Yeah.
It sounds crazy to me. It just sounds crazy that somebody can say, well, of course he wasn't going to do it on day one. But you voted on it. You campaigned on it. Yeah. You've been on every live on TikTok yelling that shit. Day one, now we have a leader. Watch and anybody. How do you plan to lose this kind of equity in your retirement? And then listen, Tim, it's not just this. They got to hire people back again today. Did you see that shit?
I know HHS that RFK let go some people. And yeah, he admitted. I mean, RFK came out and admitted that they made mistakes in some of the people they fired.
Right. So everybody's making a move has to go. How many mistakes have they made so far that they've admitted to, let alone the shit they're not admitting to?
And that's the point I was saying, is that when Trump is saying that the tariffs are going to ultimately work in favor of the economy, that's what I said, is that because they're not proving stuff, they're moving so fast in what they do and make these broad sweeps that you're right, they're making mistakes. They had to admit they wrongfully sent somebody to El Salvador. Robert F. Kennedy or RFK had to admit that they wrongfully fired people. Elon Musk admitted they wrongfully fired nuclear engineers or whatever. So they are making mistakes, and I believe it's solely because they're moving too fast. They're not going in and doing proper analysis before imposing tariffs, or proper analysis before firing people, or proper analysis before transporting people to prison in El Salvador. They're just moving, and they're making errors.
And using Signal Chat when you're not supposed to be using Signal Chat, and then come to find
out. But
that
wasn't an error. That wasn't an error.
That wasn't an error. There's 20 other group chats on Signal Chat that they've been using. Did you see that part?
Yeah, no, I didn't see that part, but I know they were using Gmail as well. That wasn't an error. I think that was being done to be clandestine from having records of what they were doing.
It's just crazy. And then I'm looking at the comments where they're like, give him time. Nobody's perfect. Better than Obama. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. You will excuse this shit away until the cows come home. But nothing about this is right for the American people. None of it.
Well, I will say this. I do agree he's only been in office 2 months, and you do have to give him time. But I will say this. For only being in 2 months, there's a lot of errors that have already been made. I'm naming them off the top of my dome now. Sending wrongful people to prison that you can't get back. Fire people that, may or may not be able to hire. I mean, you're making a lot of mistakes for somebody who's only been around for 2 months. You've had to admit that's like 3 or 4 errors right there that I'm just talking about. And we're not even talking about Signal. That's a whole nother one. I mean, there's like 4 things or so, and you've only been in office for 2 months. That's a lot.
This is a lot. And then talking about our closest ally, Europe, that you loathe them in the Signal Chat. I mean, Tim, this is insane. And listen, they can dismiss it all they want, and I'm gonna land my plane. They can dismiss it all they want, but at the end of the day, conservative and progressives are being hurt alike. I don't care. I don't feel, even though people voted for him, the farmers in Nebraska that are about to lose their farms because they voted for him, and it's just sad because we're not going. There's no quick way to get out of it. There's no quick way to get out of it, and these other countries are going to respond with their tariffs because I think Canada said that they're about to start doing tariffs too, right? 25% on elections.
My guess is everybody that we actually have a trade relationship with is probably going to respond in some way or fashion or form. Probably just about everybody, the big trading partners, the Vietnams, the Philippines, the Chinas. I mean, I don't know what China's going to do, but they got hit so large, there's no way they can let that stand.
They can't. And this is my last comment. So, Tim, all of this faux DEI and woke, I don't really like talking about those two because they demonize those meanings.
Right.
But this is what happens. This is what happens when you hire people that aren't qualified to be in these roles. This is what happens when they talk about the Democratic echo chamber. This is what happens when you fire people that you don't think are loyal to him, which means follow him no matter what. You know what I mean? It's like follow him no matter what. AJ, it's just funny. I'll never go on AJ's platform, but he's in the comments because the level of stupidity it's just insane to me that they just excuse this shit. This is not normal, Tim. We haven't seen this level of incompetence in the history of this country so fast.
Well, They said the
Not in
same
100
under the
days.
they said the same under the Biden administration, but I do got to
Yeah,
move it on. Go ahead.
Have you seen? No, can you answer that question?
What?
Have we seen this level of incompetence this fast in the first 100 days of any presidency in our history?
I'm gonna push back a little bit and say I don't necessarily attribute what's happening to incompetence. I attribute it to moving too fucking fast. You could be
That's incompetence.
you could be a really good driver, but if you take a turn too fast, you might go off the end. I mean, if they were to slow down, some of the things you're referring to as incompetent probably wouldn't happen.
But this was part of their plan. You see what I'm saying? This is part of their plan. They were moving this fast intentionally. All of this stuff, we've never seen this before. On the left or right, we've never seen this before.
No.
We've never seen this before, and I hope we don't see it again because this is terrible, and a lot of people are going to get hurt, and it's just a shame. But I'll land my plane there, Tim, and we got to just take care of each other at the end of the day.
It's gonna be a long 3.5. Gonna be a long 3.5. Thanks for coming through.
Long 3.5.
Very long. But I will say this: if the goal is for Trump to run for a third term, and there's no chance of that happening with the economy and stuff like that going this way. There's no chance of that happening. I mean, even if he did change the laws so that he could run, he would have to also change something so that the people's votes didn't count. I mean, there's, as my last caller pointed out, and I do believe this. I'm willing to defend Trump where I think Trump needs to be defended, but I'm also going to agree with my last caller. I think that there's too many MAGA that have been hurt by a lot of Trump's policies. I don't think that if Trump tried to finagle the rules so he could run again, and according to Steve Bannon, there is ways, I guess, of doing that. But unless things get significantly better than they are right now, I can't imagine an actual free and fair election where Trump would win a third term. Not right now, I can't. Let's see what happens. Stink Tuna Box. That's a hell of a name. We'll certainly get to you in a second. Looking in the comments real quick. Someone brought up an interesting point I wanted to go with. Richard Andrew Crosby, YouTube horizontal, said, the reason why they're moving so fast is because if they come in and do it meticulously, it would take all 4 years of the Trump debacle administration to accomplish it. I mean, you could be right. In other words, they have so much work to do that with only 4 years, they almost do not have enough time, so they got to move really fast. Well, my pushback on it is this. I'd rather let guilty people go free than innocent people get executed. If you're moving fast and innocent people are getting harmed, you got to stop moving fast. That's just my opinion. You can't, well, look, we got so much to do. We just, unfortunately, there's going to be casualties everywhere. No, you're making people damn near homeless. You're firing folks and stuff. You can't just do that on the grounds where we got a lot of work to do. No, then you hire more people to go into these government offices and analyze who deserves to be fired, who's not needed. As opposed to just firing people, like what RFK did with HHS. We're going to just get rid of 50% of HHS or whatever he did. No, you go out and hire 50, 60 analysts to go through the records and determine who gets fired. You could wait a week or two. You don't have to do this tomorrow. I mean, you're hurting good people, many of them that voted for Trump. You got to slow that shit down. You can't just be harming innocent people. And then you got I forgot who the guy's name was. Some of you guys may be able to tell me in the comments, but he confronted one of the politicians and told him, I just got wrongfully fired or something like that. And the politician was like, you probably deserved it. I mean, just no sympathy whatsoever. You can't be doing something unsympathetic and simultaneously making mistakes. You just, listen, if you want to tell somebody who's committed some heinous crimes, you deserve to be deported, you deserve to be in El Salvador. If you're right, if you are correct, more power to you. But you can't have that unsympathetic approach and be making mistakes simultaneously. So you're telling this unsympathetic shit to people that may not deserve it. You slow it down a little bit is what I'm saying. Looking in the comments, and Jimmer said, you're talking about the 13 service personnel killed in Afghanistan. What's next? Benghazi? You know, I don't have anything else to say on that. I mean, I look at it like this. The right brings up the 13 service personnel that died under Biden. Benghazi with what was his name? I can't think of the ambassador that was killed, or the 4 border patrol agents that passed away under Obama with Fast and Furious. You do realize like 1 million people died because of Bush's war in Iraq. I mean, like we lost about 6,000-7,000 of our own people, and then in the Middle East they lost a total of about 1 million people because of that bullshit. You can't bring up Benghazi, the Afghanistan debacle, and Fast and Furious, but skip over the Bush administration, because most of the folks that are supporting Trump, if you're in my age category, you probably also voted George W. Bush in office. You can't skip over that one. The 13 that died in Afghanistan is a big story, but you're going to skip over the whole war that never should have happened. I just want to make sure you got to cover it all. Mistake was Miss Trump, not. Oh my God. Oh my God. Am I reading what I think I'm reading? Glenn said the mistake that was made was Miss Trump did not swallow. So in other words, Jesus, the cells that created Trump should have been swallowed. That is cold. You do know who was charged for war crimes. What is that? I can't read it behind. And Obama gave him sanctuary. Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to war crime, because Obama also droned an American and went over to ISIS, and the right was pissed off about that. I mean, look, some of this stuff is just hatred for the other side. You're going to bring up that somebody was charged for war crimes and Obama gave him sanctuary. So you don't like that. But then when an American actually goes over to the Middle East and fights on behalf of ISIS and Obama kills that guy, you complain about that too. I mean, it's like you hear about it on Trump. They never gave him a chance from day one. You're doing kind of the same thing there. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen. Get me on up to about 50 thou. THOU. I'll take the next caller. I'll tell you. Tap the screen, get the lights on up. Look it in the comment section. Afghanistan, where's that, bro? Mistakes, they are supposed to be professionals, as they have no clue what they're doing, no experience. I think they have experience. I think my last caller, Mike, said the same thing, that he's, DEI, and I actually think a lot of this stuff they're doing is being done by people who are educated. It might be what Will and some of the other folks in the comments said, that is being done intentional. I don't know if everything that Trump is doing is actually a mistake. It could be, look, we're trying to get as many of these people out of our country. Fuck them. Just send them all down to El Salvador. Just like when it came to pardoning the J6 folks. Fuck it. Just let them all out. He just likes to move fast. He's not making mistakes. It's more of a I don't give a fuck attitude. I mean, he could have easily did a case-by-case basis on the J6 folks as well. He didn't have to pardon them all. I mean, he had several years of calling them J6 hostages. There was no reason when he became president to just say, fuck it, pardon. You should have knew each one of them that you wanted to pardon personally by then. You had plenty of time. You're making songs with him and everything. He just moves fast. Speaking of moving fast, tap the screen, give me the 50,000. I want you to hear Ben Shapiro. I played this early in the live, but a lot of new people have come on. Ben Shapiro is talking about, now Trump, when he imposed the tariffs yesterday, he has the chart in his hand. The reciprocal tariffs is what Trump called it. Ben Shapiro talks about the numbers on that chart.
So where's that number coming from? And this is where the trade deficit comes in. It's coming from taking the trade deficit of that country and dividing it into the imports that the United States is taking in from that country, and then calling that a tariff rate. Okay, that has nothing to do with the tariff rate. Nothing at all. Zero things to do with the tariff rate. The reason, by the way, that we have
real quick, when he says the tariff rate, he's talking about all of those numbers on there. Like if Trump says Singapore is charging us 30%, those, when he says tariff rate, he's talking about those rates that are on those charts, that is on that chart that Trump held up, that reciprocal tariff chart.
Shapiro. So where's that number coming from? And this is where the trade deficit comes in. It's coming from taking the trade deficit of that country and dividing it into the imports that the United States is taking in from that country, and then calling that a tariff rate. Okay, that has nothing to do with the tariff rate. Nothing at all. Zero things to do with the tariff rate. The reason, by the way, that we have a tariff, so according to this chart, for example, Madagascar is charging us 93% tariffs, and we ought to charge them 47% tariffs. Okay, that's what it says. That's what the thing says. There is only one problem with this. That is not remotely true. And if we have a trade deficit with Madagascar, then so the hell what? It's Madagascar. The GDP per capita in Madagascar is like $530 a year. Our trade deficit with Madagascar is a few $1 million. Is the idea we have to chisel out of the people of Madagascar extra dollars for American products, or we are getting screwed by the great and powerful people of Madagascar? Is that the idea here? It makes 0 sense. It literally has nothing to do with the actual tariff rate. How do we know this? We've got perfect proof. Yesterday, Israel, which already had almost no tariffs on the United States, 99% of all goods coming into Israel had no tariff on them from the United States. That was something that Israel did in the 2000s because they used to have high tariffs. And what ended up happening is that Israelis would come to the United States, load up their bags with a bunch of American-made goods, and then take them back with them to Israel to avoid the tariffs. So Israel just got rid of all the tariffs. Yesterday, Israel announced 0 tariffs on any American goods. The Trump administration hit them with a 17% tariff anyway, claiming that they had a 33% tariff rate on American goods, which clearly is not true. Why? Because it turns out that we buy more stuff from the Israelis than the Israelis buy from us. Shocker, they're a smaller country. We're a giant market. Not a giant shock, as it turns out. So this is pretty crazy because it turns out the trade deficit has nothing to do with the tariff rates. So we are punishing countries that have a low tariff rate with us. For example, like South Korea is listed on this chart as having a 50% tariff rate on us. The average tariff rate South Korea has on American goods, according to the World Trade Organization, is 0.79%. We have a free trade agreement with South Korea. It is listed on this chart as 50%. That's nonsense. It's not true. It just isn't true. And it leads to a 25% reciprocal tariff on all South Korean goods. Now, there are a number of reasons why this is a problem. So, okay, whatever, who cares? Well, do we need other countries? Okay, so first of all, yes, we do. It turns out that the supply chains all across the planet are.
And he goes down, but I like Ben Shapiro because, like I said, he's conservative. So you're not getting this from MSNBC or something like that, but he just trashed this shit. And I mean, I'm still trying to find somebody who thinks these tariffs are a good thing. I know a lot of folks believe it. You got to give it some time or whatever. But when you listen to folks like what Shapiro is saying, you're talking about we got to give it some time for the tariffs to work and benefit America. Based on what Shapiro is saying is that the numbers that Trump is giving are not even correct. You're making it sound like you're doing the country a favor by these reciprocal tariffs that are only half of what they're charging us. But as Shapiro is saying, the numbers that Trump put on screen are like, I mean, what did he just say? South Korea, he said the tariffs that they're putting on us is around 1%. And Trump's numbers have them at 50%. So Trump claims he's doing them a favor by only tariffing them at 25%. But as he's pointing out, the stuff is not even accurate. This is what I'm talking about once again when I say moving too fast. I mean, Trump has only been in office for 2 months, and he created this chart of damn near every country on earth and their tariffs. Obviously, when you got folks like Shapiro on social media saying stuff like this, it's pretty clear they really didn't do any true analysis on this. When they're actually putting tariffs on islands where no people live, they're putting tariffs on islands where only wildlife lives. How do you make a mistake like that if you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's? To me, this tariff shit, when you're putting tariffs on islands where no people live, that's even worse than using Signal. That looks even more irresponsible than using Signal, that you're on TV bragging about how you're going to help the American economy by imposing tariffs on countries where nobody lives. I mean, and the people are. I got a lot of MAGA that was cheering this shit on yesterday. A lot of folks that are cheering this stuff on. Yay! He's doing a great job. You're not gonna get shit out of that. There's nobody here. They're not important. The pitches ain't important. Nothing from us. So it's crazy, but a lot of folks are still defending it somehow. Fox News, for instance, and I'll go back to the box since you got me over 50 and take the next caller. But the stock market was obviously in free fall today. Fox News, unlike the other networks, they removed the stock ticker from their screen. So just want you to understand that. As opposed to letting their viewers see what was happening to the market, they actually took the information down. So they did their broadcast today without that on the screen. Let me go back to the box. Sorry, Tim is working as planned. Let it burn. You want America to burn? You really want America to burn and get back at Trump? You do realize thousands, if not millions of Americans will be harmed by this stuff, right? You shouldn't want that. You should not want that. Going back to the box, the West has been poking at Putin since the Cold War, and the bases on the border was the last straw. Then when he retaliated, they used the media to demonize him. Really? Lynn, I'll go to the box, but the idea that Putin had, first of all, they sent in what the Wagner group or some mercenaries. Russia was attacking Putin and not even admitting that they were doing it. Sending folks over with uniforms with no identity. You can't defend that shit. You send in mercenaries into their country to attack shit. And then when the mercenaries get killed, you're not claiming them and you're trying to somehow defend that. Stinky Tuna Box. That's a hell of a name. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program.
Man. Hey, bud, I just want to start off by saying, man, I appreciate you not being triggered and giving people time to talk and not, just getting crazy, dude. I really appreciate that.
Appreciate you coming on.
You're the first person I've seen on a live that has this demeanor.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming on. So what brought you on? What am I getting wrong?
Well, I mean, you ain't wrong about everything, man. I mean, and I'm a carpenter, bro. I ain't gonna even try to front, but from what I see, what happened to America, I'm 54 years old. I've lived through a lot of different administrations. I've always been interested in politics, so I kind of pay attention to what's going on. Mm-hmm. Well, you agree with me that the middle class is gone in America, right? It's just getting poor and rich. That's what we got.
Well, the first thing I would say is it depends on the definition of the middle class. I do believe they're shrinking. I don't think they're gone, but I do believe they're shrinking.
Middle class to me is like working class that are paying their bills. They have some savings, not living paycheck to paycheck. That's middle class.
Based on your definition, I would say no, the middle class is not gone. The reason why a lot of Americans live paycheck to paycheck is because a lot of us, including myself sometimes, live above our means. If I live within my means, I can do exactly what you're stating.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% on above your means.
Okay, hold on. Your audio's going in and out. I don't know if you're moving from the mic or something.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. My speaker's messed up. I have my finger on it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I got an iPhone and it's having problems with the speaker.
Can you hear me now? Loud and clear now. You're loud and clear.
Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, what I think happened to the middle class is pretty obvious. When I was coming up, and how old are you, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in my early 50s.
Okay, well, me and you are the same age. I was born in 1970, so we've been through the same stuff, right?
Right.
From what I see about the middle class, when we was coming up, the people that were not cut out for college, because not everybody's cut out for college. That's just a fact.
True.
There's workers out there. There's people out there that have their skills in other areas. They don't need college.
Right.
They've got talent,
Okay.
So, all right. Well, that was the only place for a college person to really have a chance to have a good retirement, have a good life, was to work for a factory or industry. Now, we took all our factories and all our industries and we moved them over to China, India, everywhere else. So we don't have those jobs no more. Those jobs are gone. So all we got now, if you're not a construction worker, what are you doing? You're flipping burgers. You're working in retail. You're working for Amazon. your Amazon was actually a good thing. But,
but let me
you know
ask you now. You lean right, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You lean politically right.
Yeah, but I really, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of middle of the road, dude. I mean, back in the '70s, I was damn sure in the middle of the road because Democrats completely lost their mind. You know what I mean? In my opinion. Now, I'm not saying every Democrat. I'm saying the Democrats.
Okay, let me interrupt you. I'll give you time, but the reason why I'm going to ask you which side you lean, because you start talking about jobs going overseas. In fact, you do realize when you start reducing regulation and things like that, which the right is a fan of that. You don't like the union labor. You don't like the unions. All of the stuff that would keep jobs over here and keep I don't want to say a noose, but keep the corporations in check. You guys are against that stuff.
Well, the unions they seem to be a good idea to start with, but they always get corrupt. It's just like any other thing. Once they get power, the unions get corrupt. They end up taking away from the worker. They give us benefits and they give us stuff.
Can you name me an industry? Can you name me an industry where it's better off to work in that industry without a union as opposed to with a union? Whether it's an automaker, you mentioned factory jobs, welders, painters, carpenters. You mentioned being a carpenter. You think being a non-union carpenter is just as lucrative as being a union carpenter?
Well, from what I've seen, yes. It depends on where you live, too. Now, see, if you live up where their unions are, then, yeah, I mean, you don't know what's what. You've got to be with the union. You've got to do what the union says. You can't cross the line of what the union wants you to do. You can't go against the union. So, say I don't want to be in the union. Mm-hmm. I don't have that choice in a union place. You don't have that choice. The union runs things.
Right.
Okay. Where I'm at, you have the freedom to do what you want. And when I make my money, I don't have to pay dues out of it. So if you take the union dues that the people pay in, because the union gets money from the workers to run their organization. So if you take that whole thing out and you add up what they're making and their cost of living where they're at, because the unions are only in the more populated cities. You know what I mean? You don't have unions in more rural areas. So
yeah, and they make less, in those areas too.
We make less money, but we don't have the fees and we don't have the overhead. We don't have.
Okay, let me just say this. I used to work for United Parcel Service, and I also used to work for AT&T, and those are two of the companies I worked for when I was in the union. And there's plenty of examples of companies that did the same thing as I was doing in Chicago that were non-union. Like FedEx is not union, UPS is. I vehemently disagree with you. I think if you're in a union, the union dues they take out of your check, when you compare how much more money you make in a union job compared to a non-union job, the union dues are negligible. When you compare the quality of benefits you get, talking about your health care and stuff, it's significantly better. Your raises are far more assured to happen. When you work in a non-union job, you hear people all the time talking about
whatever they want to you. You're right.
Yeah, so I don't get.
Yes,
go ahead.
They do, but there is corruption in the unions, and that's why they want to try to get rid of that. You know what I mean?
But why would you?
Right. I mean, it's still somebody looking out for you.
But why would you get? Okay, you're correct about corruption being in unions. But you think if you get rid of your union and leave it up to your corporation to treat you fair, you don't see
it's the same thing.
Right.
You're right.
But here's the problem is you're getting rid of the push-pull. There may be corruption on one side and they try to keep the other side in check. You have a push-pull. If you get rid of one side, the other side has all free reign. And so you're getting rid of the union and letting the corporation just have complete control. I don't see how you...
That's where I think that, like, all right, everybody is all about, like, teachers and, they want to make sure teachers get raises and they fight for that. Who fights for the construction worker? Nobody but the union, right?
Okay.
So why does the government allow, like in taxes, so to speak, why does the government allow them to do that when you can't work at McDonald's without McDonald's paying in taxes on you, right? Like when I'm a 1099 worker, I don't get any kind of benefits. Like I don't get any kind of health benefits or nothing. I'm a subcontractor. I don't get anything, right? Okay. So I have to be responsible and put my money up to make sure that I'm taken care of later. Nobody cares about us, dude. Nobody cares
Yeah,
about us.
there are people that care about you, and I'll tell you who it is. Because you said you lean right. If we had a left wing government for a significant period of time, that 1099 shit would go away. The reason you have 1099 stuff is the corporations were able to convince people, mainly on the right, to allow them to have you. Hold on, hold on a second. They were able to convince folks, mainly on the right, to allow them to make contractors out of people that should be W-2. The reason you have that is mostly from the right. A liberal government.
They call it grandfathered, which is a term that they should get rid of because, times change. So we don't need to be having a grandfathered clause to where they can do that. You're right. But that didn't come from Republicans alone. That was Democrats and Republicans that keep it grandfathered in for tax purposes. And making sure I have to make sure I pay in my Social Security. Like McDonald's or any other corporation, they cannot work you by the hour, right? For hourly salary without W-2ing you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
They can't pay you 1099, but they let you do it in construction work because they say you're grandfathered in, and that's the way that it's always been done. So
I hear what you're saying, but my humble opinion is, considering that you lean right, you're voting against your own best interest. You're voting against the party that will correct that stuff.
Aspect. But as far as the way the world is going, I want us to start taking care of us. I want us to stop worrying about everybody else and get America strong again, because we are a weak country right now.
But even with what you're saying right now, we need to start taking care of us instead of the world. You're still voting against your own best interest. Who would be the party that is more likely to do things to take care of Americans, whether it's tuition, whether it's universal health care? You're voting against your own interests, even domestically.
No, because the Democratic Party has proven that they are not for America. All the stuff that they did in this last administration was not for America. Flooding the country in with millions of illegals was not good for our country. And it's proven that they're a net drain on the economy.
You're going by one single administration. You're skipping over Obamacare. You're skipping over the fact that
Obamacare, what was screwed up about that was the biggest fraud ever put on the American public, because before Obamacare, I was paying $180 a month.
Listen?
Hold on. Let me finish my track right here. I was paying $180 a month before Obamacare, right? As soon as they passed Obamacare, it jumped up to $420, which I kept paying, but it was a struggle, right? Within another year, they had jumped it up to $800 a month, bro. And I'm just sitting there like, there's no damn way I'm going to pay.
Yeah, but you're talking about your own individual story. What about the homeless guy? Hold on. What about hold on, hang on. Let's have a conversation. Look, hold on. You're trying to dominate the conversation. We got to have a conversation.
No. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not finished. Let me land my plane for a second. The other people, like the people that were running in the streets that were happy about Obamacare, they didn't even understand that they had a $6,000 deductible on their Obamacare, and they make $20,000 a year. Now you tell me how you're going to pay that deductible in a year when you only make $20,000. You're not, and they knew that going in. And the whole reason why it jumped up like it did, as far as the price and the cost, is pre-existing conditions. Everybody knew that was a stupid idea, because no insurance company should be expected to pay somebody pre-existing conditions. Nobody does it on car insurance. Nobody does it on home. You can't go up and have
land the plane. You're going on. You're on a long time. Your point is long. I don't mind letting you get your point in, but by the time you're done, say so much stuff. I can't.
There's a lot to it.
Yeah, but I can't properly respond to you if you're covering like 8 points. By the time I respond, I'm going to forget some of it.
I know. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. The issue I have here. First of all, you're talking about your own specific issue. What about the homeless guy? Hold on. You can't say let me finish and then I start talking.
Sorry. No, I was just saying, I was talking about not just me, though.
Okay.
I'm talking about
listen, you got to let me get in here somewhere. We got to have a conversation, man. Okay. So,
go ahead, bud.
are you there?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
First, okay, now he dropped out, so I don't know what just happened. I don't know if it's. I was going to cover a few things with him, but apparently he dropped out. You're always welcome back to the program. Have a backbone, says Gangster Grandma. Well, the thing I was going to say, and I don't know what happened to his connection. You know, we don't block, ban, or censor anybody, but maybe he had a phone call or something. But what I was going to say is, if he leans right, he's voting against, I mean, he's voting against all sorts of issues that he's concerned with. He said we need to stop taking care of other countries and take care of Americans. We had Trump for 4 years in office. What policies did Trump pass that were designed to take care of Americans? I mean, the right is against entitlements. You had a strong job market under both Trump and Biden. The unemployment rate was low under Trump and Biden. So what is Trump doing that's making you say, I want somebody that's going to take care of Americans, as opposed to letting immigrants in or taking care of the Ukrainians? I want to vote in a party that's going to take care of Americans. What is Trump doing to make you, to indicate that? Trump's been in office and he's fired tens of thousands of Americans. We're not helping the Ukraine anymore. We're sending the immigrants home, so we're not spending a bunch of money on illegal immigrants. Has he said he's going to, I mean, remember the whole goal was let's stop taking care of other people and take care of each other. Has he proposed anything that's making you say, well, now he's taking care of us? I'm not hearing anything. So maybe I'm missing something, but the right tends to be against entitlements. You know, they want let's cut food stamps and child care assistance and school lunch programs. When do we get to the part when we're taking care of Americans? I'm not hearing that. So I really believe that the stuff he was concerned with, he's voting for the party that's going to probably be against all that stuff. He's talking about he's a 1099 guy and all. You're not, the wage increase, all of the stuff that a working man would be concerned with. Maybe you would prefer a pension as opposed to gambling in the stock market on the 401k. All of that stuff's going to come from the left. All of that stuff is stuff that the left would favor. The right tends to be more in favor of the guy who runs your business. The left is in favor of the guy who's working for the business. That's why you always hear the right talking about small business and doing things for the business owner. The left is the one that's always talking about doing things for the actual employee. So I really think that he's voting against his own interests on that. But he dropped, so I couldn't continue on with him. Looking in the comments, though, and that was the stinky something, I think it was. Looking in the comments, can we talk about Elon talking to people about giving out those checks on the next program? LOL, it was hilarious. Okay, talking about Elon giving out checks on the next program. What do you mean by the next program? I know what he did in Wisconsin was an utter failure. 2 people got $1 million out of Elon in Wisconsin, and Elon didn't get anything for his money. So I don't know what you're talking about the checks. I know they're indicating they may give a $5,000 or $6,000 stimulus check. I don't know if that's going to actually happen, but I know there's been rumors of that. But then again, there were rumors that they were going to give no tax on tips and overtime. That hasn't happened yet either. I mean, to me, as opposed to, because remember, the working class was hurt under the Biden economy. To me, Trump came in and immediately started doing things to hurt the working class versus help the working class. I mean, you're firing working class people and then talking about building F-47 jets. It seemed like you would do it the reverse. Put the jets last and start helping out working class people. I don't know how working class people are being helped right now. Most of them you see on TV is crying because they lost their job or some policy is hurting their farm or something like that. To me, it just seems like he's doing it backwards. Start out at the top, like the Pentagon, defense spending, where you could make cuts and you don't have to fire a bunch of people. Why would you start at the bottom firing individual people when you could maybe cut back on an aircraft carrier or get rid of a few, fighter jets and save billions of dollars without having to fire people? He started on the bottom with the actual individual citizens. I don't get that. You got people online crying that they lost their jobs and shit. Nobody's going to cry if you get rid of 10 F-22s. You're getting rid of thousands of human beings. That doesn't make any sense to me. Cambodia tariffs are the best. I haven't heard the Cambodian one, J Aviation. I listened to the entire Ben Shapiro, and he does cover a host of countries. And he does indicate like some of these places we're putting tariffs on, the people are making a few $100s a year, and it's like you really think this is a some kind of trade war crisis for Ethiopia or some of these countries that are there's hardly anything moving back and forth. Some of those countries were not even worth putting down on the board in terms of a trade imbalance. You're doing virtually no business with some of these countries. Like Ben Shapiro brought up Madagascar. There's virtually nothing going back and forth between America and Madagascar. It ain't even worth doing the calculation. This is where I say if the Trump administration had done things properly, focus on the countries we do have big trade with and correct that. Now you can put accountants and analysts on that to make sure you get the numbers straight. Why are you even working? Why are you even dealing with Madagascar? Whoever's working on that, put them with the people working on China so you can actually put out some accurate information. Why are you working on Ethiopia and some of these countries that there's zero import-export market to begin with? So, yeah, I don't know what they were doing there. Looking in the comments, that's a lie. The right is all for workers. That's what corporate tax breaks are for, to bring in jobs. Jobs alone is not being for the workers, Tyrone. Every politician brags about, well, I created so many jobs. Does the job have benefits? How much does the job pay? Is it a bunch of burger flipping jobs? Just saying you create jobs ain't saying shit. What about the salaries? Let me hear him bragging about, well, under my watch, salaries went up 40%. Just saying you creating jobs ain't saying shit. And that's what you're telling me. That's, you're saying the right is for workers. That's what corporate tax breaks are, is to bring in jobs. Giving a corporation a tax break, first of all, is not for the worker, it's for the corporation. You're assuming, and I'm putting emphasis on assuming, you're assuming that if you give a corporation a tax break, they're going to create more jobs. They don't have to do that. So you're going to look out for the corporation first and then hope they help out the people and then say, well, see, I'm doing something for the people. Every corporation you give a tax break to don't hire more people. Every corporation, every business is not looking to expand. You might give a tax break to a law firm that has a handful of attorneys, a handful of secretaries, a handful of legal aid assistants, or whatever you call them, and the owner of the partners at the law firm may be fine with that. Their law firm may be making millions of dollars, and it may only be a few dozen people working there, and they may be happy with that formula. But because they're making this money, you're going to give them a tax break. They're not hiring anybody. So the notion that if you give corporations a tax break, it's going to turn into jobs, that ain't necessarily true. And it also doesn't say what type of jobs it's going to turn into. I mean, if it turns into a bunch of jobs where people can barely afford to feed their family, that ain't nothing to brag about. So it's got to be more than just creating jobs. Creating good jobs, creating jobs that come with benefits, creating jobs that come with a retirement plan. They're not saying that. I created jobs. That ain't saying shit. Looking in the comments, though, U.S. first, says Sarita K. And as I stated, I'm not seeing that. The whole time we were saying we need to stop sending money to the Ukraine and take care of America first. Well, under Trump, we're no longer sending money to the Ukraine. When do we get to the part where we're taking care of Americans first? I don't hear Trump talking about doing that. We're not taking care of immigrants anymore. We're sending them home. When do we get to the America first part of it? I'm not hearing that. I'm not even hearing them talking about doing them like that. It could be health care. It could be salary increase. It could be a variety. I'm not even hearing them talking about doing that kind of shit. I seen Jeremy, one of my subscribers, on hold. Good evening, Jeremy.
Oh, finally. I've been waiting all night, Tim.
I got hammered by my last caller. What am I getting wrong? Maybe you could correct that.
Okay, so I'm a little bit unfamiliar with some with the tariffs on and some of the places like Madagascar and some of these places that don't have any kind of people
Population.
on them. But I was, yeah, I know. I was looking for a video that was explaining it. And I'm like, fuck, you can't find it because I didn't save it, which I was really pissed at myself.
Did you see what I played here with Ben Shapiro?
Yeah, I saw that. So look, here's what I will say. Here's what I will say. What I will say is that not all these tariffs are unnecessary. Some of them are reciprocal, and that makes sense. Because you know, there's no way you can.
Why aren't they all? But wait a minute. The chart he holds up says reciprocal tariffs. Why are only some of them? He leads us to believe they're all reciprocal tariffs.
That's the thing. I have to do more research into that. But what I will say is that, as we know, that China definitely puts a lot of tariffs on our stuff. We know that.
54%. 54%.
Yeah, that's pretty significant.
I don't know. Well, if you heard this thing I posted with Ben Shapiro, one of the things he made clear is that the way the formula the Trump administration is using to determine the percentage of tariffs they're putting on this country is incorrect. The way they're coming up with their numbers is not
It's not accurate, huh? I'll have to look into it more. Okay, but. Like we can't pretend that other countries don't tariff us plenty.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. But when you got Shapiro saying that the Israelis don't tax us, they don't put tariffs on any of our goods at all, 0%. And Trump is taxing them at 17%, claiming that they're at 30%. I mean, show your work. He has to show his work. He's not proving what he's saying.
Yeah, I know. And look, if what he's saying is true, I'll definitely go ahead and criticize Trump because you know me, Tim. Like I've been on this program plenty of times, and I might be MAGA, but I'm more than willing to call the president. You know, when I want him to do well, I want him to do well, and I want him to do well the correct way. So when I feel he's doing something and he shouldn't be doing it, I'll call him out for it.
You want him if you want him to do well, the solution is simple: slow the fuck down, down, and put people on the job that is actually trying to do the job accurately, whether it's firing federal workers, whether it's sending prisoners to El Salvador, whether it is imposing tariffs, whether it is having conversations about war plans. Slow the fuck down and put the right people there. That's too many errors this quick. 2 months and every other week you got RFK apologizing for firing the wrong people. Slow the fuck down.
I can understand some of this. But here's what I will say. I don't think that I feel bad for everyone who's getting fired. I don't feel bad for everybody because here's the thing. We do have an overabundance of federal workers. We do have red tape, and we do have bloat. Okay, and we do need to get rid of some people. Maybe slowing down would be beneficial to some degree. Maybe we should be more careful about who we get rid of and how we get rid of them. But when Elon put out that email asking people well, what do you do? And you need to respond to this. In the private sector, that's completely normal.
That's bullshit. That is stupid. When you gonna send me an email telling me to explain what I'm doing, if I don't explain, you're firing me on the spot. Who wants a boss that is sending threats over email like that? Okay, if you want to know, what I did today.
First off, randomly that happens to my mom, who's a CPA, almost every year. It happens like about 3 times a year, or that all the people she works with have to do that.
They send her an email threatening to fire her in the email if she don't respond.
She has to, yeah.
No, but is that the language of it? If you don't respond, you're fired.
In much nicer terms, yes, but basically it's just a performance review. Basically, they send it in. They say okay, fill out this. They actually have a formal paper that they have to fill out electronically. That says list. And one of the things is list what your job description is, its duties, is 5 things you've done within the past week, and over the last 5 months, and then over the past year.
To me, if what you're saying about your mom is true, with all due respect, I don't know the woman, but it makes it sound like your mom is of no value to a company. If you work for me and you were a good employee, I'm not going to fire you for not responding to one damn email. I mean, if your mom has been working for a company for a few years or so, not responding to one email, they'll completely end her whole existence there over one email.
She does get 3 days to respond, but here's the thing: it happens. It was an agreement that everyone that she has to that she works with at her accounting firm has to sign on to in order to work. It happens 3 times a year, and it's at different times every year to make sure that it's random and you can't predict it. So this way, you can't skate by.
Okay. Well, the issue I have with what Elon Musk did is that it was solely done to look for people to fire. I mean, you're going to send me an email demanding I respond to it. The email has nothing to do with my job. You and I both know Elon Musk could care less what I do for a living because he's sending this to tens of thousands of people. So he's not really concerned with reading the email at all. He's only sending this out to see if it gives him an excuse to fire me. That's the only purpose of this. I don't want to work for somebody like that.
I don't think so. I think that he just knows that there's a lot of government employees who don't do a very good job of whatever it is that they do.
Right. And his job is to fire him. That's the only purpose. That's the only business Elon Musk has over the federal government right now. Is to fire people. That's the only reason he's there. Is he saying anything positive about federal workers at all? Everything he's saying is negative.
His job is to cut the fat.
Right.
Cut the fat.
Right.
And I think that's necessary.
Cut the fat, cut the fat, the lazy, the unnecessary, and do nothing positive for the people that are there who are needed. Everything he is saying is negative. 100%. He is 100% negative.
Tim, I think we both know that Elon is a little bit more reasonable than that. Okay, I think he cares about. Give me an example.
Give me an example of something positive he said.
Okay, let's think about when he was still in charge of Tesla. Okay, I think he still is. He actually loaned out their R&D departments. He actually loaned out their R&D departments a while back to I believe some foreign country that was trying to do some research on some area of their ocean that was like infecting people or something like that. I can't remember the full story, but he just did that for free. That was a huge step towards making the world a better place. He's
I don't know what you're talking about there. I don't know.
Done a lot of charitable acts.
I'm talking about when it comes to the federal government, to federal employees, everything Elon has said has been negative. He makes it sound like if you work for the federal government, you don't mean shit. I mean, you're lazy, you don't want to come to work, you're not responding to emails. I mean, he hasn't said anything positive about them at all. His whole goal is to find people to fire.
A lot of the worst people I've ever worked with used to be federal employees. And I'm serious.
Yeah, and
I'm serious. I'm serious. Like there is a lot. Like it is a very cushy job. A lot of government jobs. Not all of them, but a lot of government jobs are cushy. A lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is Elon Musk's job with Doge is pretty damn cushy too.
I don't know about that. And he's definitely got a lot of work under his belt that he needs to get done. Look. Let's talk about something that I think people haven't really given Elon and Trump a lot of credit for. I think that I think our border situation is something that we need to give Trump a little bit more credit for. All right, I think that we don't want to admit that we needed to deport a lot of these people. And I think, I know people don't want to hear this. It's okay to not have slave labor. It's okay to not use slave labor to pick your crops. Okay?
Hold on. I'm not disagreeing with it. In fact, I agree with that. But you can't say it's okay not to have slave labor, but at the same time trying to keep minimum wage the same for like 20 straight fucking years. You're just saying this. So I don't want the illegal immigrants to be the slaves. I want the American citizens to be it.
You want to know what will help a lot of this? Lowering taxes, getting rid of red tape, and letting the free market do its job. You want to know what will happen? The actual value of the dollar will go up so much. Minimum wage will actually be okay.
I think
again, I've had to tell you this. We've had this discussion many times, Tim. The actual dollar amount you get paid doesn't matter.
You're saying let the free market do its job. The reason minimum wage has stayed the same for so long is because of the free market.
That's not true.
Why is it? Why has the minimum wage stayed the same for like 15, 20 years? You think the government has been fighting to keep it that way? The free market?
Government interference always makes things worse. Always.
So you're saying that the government...
90% of the time, I should say.
Let me just tell it to you this way. If you didn't have government interference, the free market would not have a minimum wage at all. They'd be happy. They would be willing to let you work for $3 an hour. They would not, without government interference, there would be no minimum wage at all.
There doesn't have to be necessarily a minimum wage for there to be, like there might not be a legal minimum wage, but there would absolutely be, there would actually be industry standards. You see, you got to understand it like this. Tim,
what the hell does that mean?
We've had this discussion before. This is basic economics 101. There's something called equilibrium. Okay, and this is where this is not just something that just has to do with how much you can sell a good for. This is also how much you can pay your employees. Okay, when you want a certain amount of work ethic out of people, you got to be willing to pay them the right amount. And if you don't, if you live in a truly free market, there are competitors who will pay them better. And then that person won't have any workers. The problem is, Tim, and a lot of our industries, we don't have a truly free market. We don't have a truly free market, so we don't have a lot of competition. And you want to know what lobbyists oftentimes advocate for? More regulation, because as bigger companies can afford the cost of bigger regulations.
I vehemently disagree with you on a bunch of angles. First of all, if you get rid of regulation, labor laws are... Hang on. The reason you have labor laws in place is because the free market wasn't doing it. Everything from OSHA, everything from the EEOC. If you left it up to the free market, none of that stuff would exist. It took for regulation to step in and say, you got to treat a person right. Leave it up to the free market, you'd have fucking kids working. You wouldn't get no over... if you work overtime, you get time and a half. The free market wouldn't have gave you that. You wouldn't get weekends off, and the free market. We had a labor force in America, and before you had government interference, you go back to the late 1800s, 1900s in America. You had a working America that was totally free market. You had kids working. You had all of that shit.
It's actually not entirely true. The book The Jungle, Upton Sinclair, is a work of fiction. Yeah, it's a work of fiction.
You really think if you remove government and just left everything up to the free market, the American worker would do better?
I'm not a total libertarian, so I don't think removing the government entirely. I do think they need to break monopolies and put in some regulation. But here's the thing, Tim. Here's the thing. Okay? When you actually look at it, you want to know who actually gave us the 5-day-a-week work week? Yes. Henry Ford.
Okay.
Henry Ford did that without any government interference.
Yeah, but
at all.
I don't think you're getting the point I'm making. The point
he actually thought that people would be more productive if they had more time to spend with their family, and you could concentrate more or productive hours within a smaller amount of time if you gave them a larger chance to rest. Some companies are even starting to talk about wanting their workers to only come in 4 days a week because they see even more progress when you're more rested, when you feel better, when you're more.
It took them. What did it take them? A couple 100 years to come to that conclusion. That's why I don't.
It would have taken them shorter time if we didn't have so much damn regulation in this country. I know. People don't want to hear this, okay?
But wait, hold on. You're bringing up the 4-day work week and showing that the free market is doing things. What about the fact that they're forcing people to work holidays with mandatory overtime and all of that, or extending the age of retirement? You're ignoring all of that. The free market is doing that too.
The free market, people. You want to know why people are retiring at later ages? It's because Social Security is a scam.
Shit.
It's a damn scam. Okay? Social Security is a scam. It's a Ponzi scheme. I'm not going to collect on any of that. Okay, I'm Gen Z. I may be at the tail.
Okay, I think you and I have a complete disagreement on the free market. I mean, like I said, folks being forced to work on Thanksgiving and Black Friday, can't be with their family. That's the free market, wanting to be able to sell shit. The free market
police have to work on all those days too. What are you talking about?
You comparing a cop that serves the public to a guy selling TVs at Walmart?
Someone who's working on those crap jobs that you're talking about when you're young. That's not the same as like what most Americans are working on.
There is no
need for high school kids. That's for high school kids.
You think everybody working on Black Friday is high school kids?
No, there's some people who make poor decisions and don't and have or they're a manager and they have to manage people.
That's why I don't like the free market, because they say the same thing you're saying. They don't give a fuck about, well, you made bad decisions, so you got. I mean, that's exactly how the free market talk. Exactly what you said now. I mean, the people could be home with their families on holidays. You're forcing them to come to work on a holiday so you can make them sell TVs or sell Black Friday items. They can't even be with their damn family.
Dude, I'd happily work a Black Friday. I'd work a Black Friday right now if I could.
You get what I'm saying, though. You get what I'm saying. The free market is the reason why a woman that just gave birth got to come back to work within a few weeks, because the free market wants her there. The free market did all of that shit. If it wasn't for the free market, if we left it up to the free market, women that got pregnant would get fired. Well, you're not gonna be to work for a while. We got to let you go. The free market that's what they used to do.
That's what they used to do back. Everything takes time to improve, Tim. Everything takes time to improve. Okay. Nowadays, okay, maternity leave is very, very, very normal. Okay, across all industries, an industry standard. Okay, you want to know what would make healthcare costs go down? More free markets. You know, there are actually laws in the United States that actually make it illegal to make other hospitals that can, and when there's already a hospital within a certain amount of mileage of another one, like you can't make competing hospitals those right next to each other. How do you think that makes your healthcare costs go up? It makes it go up because now you have monopolies.
I think some of the stuff you're saying is crazy. You're basically saying that, well, it was a long time. You're saying it was a long time ago that they used to treat women like that. So, well, now if we get rid of the laws we put in place to protect, well, if we get rid of that, they all learn their lesson. They won't go back to that. I do believe to the free market, employees will be fucked. You and I just totally disagree with that. I believe that you need government regulation, because at the end of the day, the goal of the free market is to make money. Treating you right often goes in, it actually coincides often with making money. That, giving you breaks and lunches, all of that stuff, you could be making money for me. Why would I want to give you a break?
Because I can make more. Because I can do the more of the work that actually makes you the money a lot faster with a lot higher quality if I'm well rested. Again, Henry Ford saw that.
Mandatory overtime.
And guess what? Now, Henry Ford wasn't the only one who used the moving assembly line. Okay, but his employees were much better and much more productive than any other employees there were.
And you're telling me you think that employers want they care about making sure their employees are well rested. You really believe that employers think that way?
If it makes them more money, which it did for Henry Ford, absolutely. Okay. And you want to know what? If you want workers to work 7 days a week, okay, because you want to make work done 7 days a week, you know what employers would do? They would make you work 4 days a week, and they would just line up your schedules differently with other employees, so the other employees are working the other days of the week. But then everybody would be getting a 3-day weekend on a regular basis. Look, Tim. Okay, you got it. There's a book that you should read. It's called Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell. Okay, it'll explain a lot of this stuff to you. Okay?
I think you're crazy, man. I mean, they literally had to pass laws in the trucking industry because folks did not care if the truckers ran all damn night to get that load there. They didn't give a damn about them being well rested. They had to pass laws to stop them from doing that. They were working the shit out of the people. They care about you being well rested. I gotta move it on, Jeremy. I'll give you the last word.
Okay. Well, one last word. I think we need a new rule in here. Okay, I think we need a big sign that says "Gangster Grandma, one less line." I think she just needs to do one less line of cocaine before she comes out. Just saying.
God.
I'll see you around.
All right, Jeremy. You make sure you get well rested. Listen, he's not the only one though that believes that employees would benefit more from the free market as opposed to government regulation. I'm not one of them. I prefer we go back to pensions. I prefer we go back to health care that you just showed a doctor a medical card and didn't have all these. I mean, it used to be a better time. We've relaxed the amount of regulations in this country, and things have not gotten better for the employees. I vehemently disagree with that. This is the same argument that I get into spats, for lack of a better term, get into spats with MAGA about. in regards to affirmative action and DEI like this too. There are laws that have been put in place to protect wrongdoers throughout our history. And I'm not in the crowd that says if you get rid of those laws, the people have learned their lesson and they won't go back to the wrongdoing. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I do believe that if you get rid of laws that are put in place to protect people, the reason those laws were created will come back. And you're seeing several examples of that right now. Once Roe v. Wade was removed, they went back to a law from 1700s in Arizona. President Trump right now is trying to use a law from the 1700s to deport people. You're going to tell me they don't want to use those old laws? If you remove the protections that stop them from doing that stuff, they will go back to doing it. I just do not believe that, as he was trying to indicate, well, that was a long time ago. They're not going to, they'll happily do it again. If it benefits you, you're going to pull this old law back out of the books. I just don't understand why people don't see that. And that's the way I feel about affirmative action and DEI. That stuff was created for a reason. If you get rid of it, that reason's going to come back. Oh, they learned their lesson. They're not going to be like that now. Bullshit. I mean, not to go into Trump's case, but he fired a 4-star general claiming the guy was DEI and put Hegseth in there. And Hegseth has probably decades less experience than that dude. So, like I said, I do believe if you get rid of what was protecting us from the past, we're going to go back to the past. Looking in the comments, Alberta wants to become 51st state. Yeah, I don't believe that. Schaefer quote, you're saying I guess that would be one of the territories in Canada, Alberta, wants to become the 51st state in America. The Canadians don't want to become part of America. When you look at how Canada is ran compared to how America is ran, as a Canadian, you don't gain much. You're going to lose all your entitlements because in America, we don't have most of the entitlements they have there. All of a sudden, you want your kid to go to school and potentially not come home alive? Do they have various abortion bans throughout Canada? I don't think they want to live. Remember, Canada is further left than America is. They're further left than America is. If they were going to join America, this is not the administration they would want to do that under. There's no way in hell the people of Canada want to become part of America, certainly not during the Trump administration. If they are left of most of America, why would you want to join America during the time when America is going pretty far to the right? That doesn't even make sense. They wanted to go back because of who benefited. What entitlements? Shitty health care compared to none at all. People, here's one of the takes of, because this is what a lot of folks say, and I'll go to the box after this, but a lot of folks suggest, by the way, tap the screen, get me up to 90. We can make that happen. Smash that like button if you're on YouTube horizontal, YouTube vertical. When that was one of the things when Obama was trying to pass the Affordable Care Act, Canada kept coming up, and folks were saying that socialized health care is shitty, as one of my viewers is now stating. They got death panels and all this other stuff, and you don't want to be like Canada, you don't want to be like Europe and things like that. As if having no health care at all was better. I don't understand it. All of us have been working multiple places. We don't live in an environment now where you graduate from high school and you work somewhere at one location until you retire. In America, you generally switch, over the course of your career, you've probably worked at least a handful of jobs. In America, because of our healthcare system, when you're in between jobs, you're 100% uninsured, unless you can afford Cobra or something like that. You think the Canadians want to adopt that? That's not a plus. You're talking about their healthcare system sucks. Do you think they want that? Thank God Obama got rid of pre-existing conditions. So if you do work at a job, like someone like myself getting in my 50s, let's say all of a sudden I get diagnosed with diabetes or get diagnosed with cancer or something like that. Working for the federal government, you lose your job. Now you got to go out and get a new job. Well, pre-existing condition, when you get hired at the next job, well, we don't cover the cancer you just got diagnosed with at your last job. That's a pre-existing condition. We don't cover the diabetes you just got diagnosed with last year. That's what the American healthcare system was like. And we're going to say Canada's not worse than that. Canada's better than that. I'll tell you this also. Canada is a free and fair country, very similar to America. They vote in, they have elections, they vote in policies, they vote in legislation just like we do. You notice there's nobody in Canada trying to vote in the U.S. healthcare system. They could vote that in if they thought we were doing so great. They could vote to have the same healthcare system we do. When you're out of a job, you have no healthcare. They could do that. They could get rid of their entitlement, their socialized healthcare, and vote our policy. Notice that nobody's in that country trying to do that. Same thing in Europe. None of them countries, a lot of those countries have elections just like America does. None of them are trying to vote in the U.S. healthcare system. So for folks who are saying that our system is better, and if they thought our system was better, they would be trying to vote it in. The only time the American system is better is when you have money. If you got plenty of money, then yeah, you can come over here and you might be able to get procedures and get access to doctors that are higher quality than maybe in your home country. So yeah, if you're rich, yeah, maybe America has a better healthcare system. But if you're an average working class person, it ain't better. It's just not better. You're not going to want to give up a system that looks out for you if you lose your job or something like that, in place of having to get Cobra, which charges you all of a sudden this huge premium that you can't afford to pay because you're out of a job. They don't want that. You're probably never going to see Canadians try to vote in a U.S. healthcare system. They're not kissing the ring anymore. They're swallowing the whole hand. Damn, Infinity says MAGA ain't shit. Unfortunately, I got my sound system unplugged, and I had to get up and walk around. But I did see the comment, Infinity. I did see the comment. Looking in the comments, Canadian healthcare is crap. I'll just say this. If it comes down to me having no healthcare at all or crappy healthcare, I'm going to take crappy all day, every day. I'm never going to choose no healthcare is better than crappy. There's a lot of Americans that have no healthcare. That's worse than crappy. Real quick, looking in the comments, 326,000 Americans went bankrupt due to medical bills. And that's another issue. That is another issue. The whole finance thing about it. You can actually have healthcare in America. I mean, I'm sure most of you know that. Every time you go to the doctor, some kind of bill is following you home. You break your leg, you go to the hospital, you're getting a bill from the radiologist. You're getting a bill from, if you go to see a specialist, there's a charge for that. Not to mention, you generally got to pay a little bit of money when you go in the doctor's office. Then when you come home, bills are following you. I don't think the Canadians see our healthcare system as all that great. In some cases, I'd rather wait in line for some shit than to be given bills that you can't afford. I don't see how our system is nothing to brag about. Canadians would never vote to get rid of our healthcare. If I get sick, I know I'm not going to go bankrupt of medical bills. So you are Canadian, Lord. Yeah, exactly. When I was in Australia, it was the same thing as well. Their system is they also have a form of socialized healthcare, and they would never vote in. I think most first world countries. I don't think there's hardly any other first world country that has our system. Going back to the box, to Keisha, good evening, welcome to the program. Don't know what I just hit there. She'll be a far left American soon. Don't know what you mean by that, Memphis. Takesha, good evening.
Hey, Tim, how are you?
I'm hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting tonight. So what am I getting wrong on this? I mean, now, you hear about these tariffs. You think they're good for America?
Absolutely not. I do not.
Why not?
How are they good for America, Tim? They're tanking the stock market. People are afraid. You're going to tell me while I'm already struggling that I'm going to struggle some more. But to just hold on, because it's a good thing. Because, even though you're going to be losing more money and more money and more money, in the end, it's going to be a great thing. And I might be dead before in the end comes. Come on, Tim. Let's be for real.
Okay, I get your point. But then I have to ask
the stock market is crashing. and people are in a panic, and you went golfing.
I mean, I get your point, but then I have to ask the obvious question: why do you think MAGA sees it so differently?
They don't know any better. I keep telling you that. I don't know what part of Hooked on Phonics they didn't get, but MAGA doesn't know any better. I keep telling you, Tim, they hang their hopes on Donald Trump. Whatever he says is great. Whatever he does is great. They don't see the destruction that's coming because they so in love with him. Every time they look at him, Tim, they had a hearts in their eyes and everything. They can't see past the love to see what's really going on, Tim.
What do you think?
Let me say this. Nobody is trying to join together with this shit show of a country. Let me say that. We used to be respected. People used to be jealous of the United States. Ain't nobody jealous of no United States, too. Because at the end of the day, we're living under a facade. We are not the United States of America. We are the states in America. Because there is no unity between the states.
Yeah, we certainly are getting like that now. I mean, we are a very...
We're not united nowhere. Yeah. Nobody's jealous of us. Nobody wants to join us. People are going against us, Tim.
Yeah. And you put all of that at Trump's footsteps? At Trump's feet?
Let me tell you something, Tim. Anytime you got a leader that does nothing but talk about division and you for one side and you not for the other, and every time you get on TV, it's always the radical left and all that kind of stuff. Where's the unity in that, Tim?
Well, I don't think Trump is attempting to get unity. I mean,
that's my whole point, Tim. So how can it not be his fault?
No,
if he's the leader of the free world and he's supposed to be the one that unifies the country and he's doing everything he can to keep it divided.
But Takesha, it ain't like he ran on unifying the country. He never promised to do that. I mean, he's been talking.
You asked me, was it his fault? And I'm giving you the example of why it's his fault. He's not trying to unify us.
How do you respond to this? Immortal says the rest of the world is becoming totalitarian. Why do we even care what they think?
See, that's the foolishness I talk about right there, Tim. When they think we can stand alone and we don't need allies. That's what I mean when I said people, they don't think for themselves. We cannot stand by ourselves. We need allies, Tim.
That is what they're suggesting is in regards to being a nationalist. There are people that are suggesting that we don't. I mean, isn't that what Trump said? We don't need Canada for anything. They need us. That is what he is saying.
Tim, if Canada flip that light switch right now, ain't gonna be no lights in 3 states. So how we don't need them, Tim?
I'm just telling you what the man is saying.
They keep believing Donald Trump. They want to. Tell me who we don't need. Yeah, hit that light switch, Tim, and see those 3 states go dog.
What do you think would happen? I don't know. I don't know if Trump would take lightly to that if they made some of our.
I don't care what. Let me tell you something. These folks banding together to try to X us out of everything. And we going to be like the little lonely tugboat in the middle of the river just bobbing and weaving. And everybody else going to be moving all around us. We already behind in technology. Come on, Tim. Let's be for real.
You make it, it's sad. I mean, it's funny, but you kind of make it sound like the world is leaving us behind.
Tim, if you be honest, we are behind. Think about it. We're behind in technology. Think about it, Tim.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest.
Well, military technology, we're doing okay.
Tim.
Are we not?
Okay, but that's the only technology you care about.
No, I mean we care about the rest, but I mean
okay.
you're making a valid point. I'm not discounting your point. You're making a valid point. I don't favor, as you rightfully pointed out, I don't favor us doing it alone either. I think that America has this really big ego. I totally understand it because it's based on American exceptionalism that we're the best, and nobody else matter. I don't like that.
And that's why it's going to have a great fall. Because it's too high and lifted up, Tim. Everybody needs somebody. And if they think they can survive on their own, they in for a rude awakening. There's nothing wrong with believing in and loving your country, but you still got to live in the land of reality.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, you can't be talking about you need Greenland for strategic purposes and shit, while at the same time saying we don't need anybody. You do need somebody. You need Greenland.
You mad at Zelensky about his minerals, but you don't need nobody.
Yeah.
Come on now, Tim.
Yeah.
Does it make sense to you?
No.
Make sense, Tim.
I said the same thing about suggesting that we need to get rid of all these immigrants. They're invading the country, they're rapists and murderers, while we're talking about taking over Greenland. You're talking about getting rid of invaders while you're talking about literally becoming one. So,
Tim, let me tell you about that boogeyman right there, about the immigrants. I would trust the immigrant to sleep in my house before I trust some of these people walking around that be molesting these children in their families and telling them they better not open their mouth. I promise you, Tim, there are more men, American men, that have essayed a child than any immigrant any day in this country.
I believe that. I mean, somebody put most immigrants want to stay under the radar. That's the last thing they're going to do.
Correct.
Yeah.
Them folks trying to stay here, they ain't trying to get kicked out.
Yeah, I said the same thing. They're not coming here trying to vote and trying to do all this criminal shit. If you want to stay here, staying under the radar is going to be the goal. Yeah, some of them screw up, but it ain't nowhere near.
You got screw ups in every race, Tim. Yeah. Every race. But they have made these people such the boogeyman that now everybody's scared of the immigrants. When they used to sit down and go to the bar and drink with them and and do all that dancing with them with the cowboy boots and stuff. Now all of a sudden y'all scared of the immigrants.
But what about those
y'all used to sit up with?
But what about those? Like I got in the comments, the walrus poacher. I thought somebody say preacher, but the walrus poacher says we're not anti-immigrant. We just want you to do it legally. I mean, that's generally what folks say. We don't mind you coming here. Just come legally. How do you respond to that?
I want the people in the United States to do stuff legally, but they don't.
Yeah, but that doesn't really address what he's saying, though.
Listen, y'all, whenever you touch your feet, 1 foot on American soil, you're good. That's in the Constitution, Tim.
Yeah.
But they trying to make it seem like these people just coming over here and running, everybody that come and running past border security. That's not what's going on.
No, it's they overstaying their visa and things like that. I will say this.
Elon Musk overstayed his. They don't have a problem with him.
He got plenty of money.
He's stealing from the American people. He in the government now. You canceling other contracts and replacing them with your company. Come on, Elon. You're in there making all the money you can. Again, 1 more month. He going to be out of Doge because he going to be enriched himself enough. He going to be depleted enough of his contracts to make more and more money off the United States. Y'all ain't finna get no Doge check. Stop waiting on it. Just like he was on that dude's show and that girl asked him, when can they expect a check? And he said, well, even if that's how he was talking to him. Even if,
I didn't see that. I have not seen that.
Even if the money, goes back into the government, that still helps you. Either way, if you get a check or if it, goes back into the government. You know what I'm saying?
Did he really bungle it up that fucking bad? And Devira Baker, thank you.
Listen, that man started more than a man that's getting a nut.
Oh my God.
That's when you know he lying. When he get to stuttering real bad, Tim, that's when you know he be lying.
I haven't seen this. I'm dying to see it.
Yeah, a girl told him she was thankful for what he was doing with Doge. And then she said, I just want to know, when can we expect a check? Oh, well, even with that, even if the money goes back, to the government, that still helps you, the people of the United States, even if you don't get a check, it go. He was stuttering so bad.
So in other words, the answer is you're not getting that check.
The answer is you ain't finna get no check.
Damn. Was he standing in front of the flag?
He was sitting down. He was being.
I'm trying to find. I would love to. I would love to hear that. I wish I could
go find it, Tim.
Yeah,
but that's exactly what he did, Tim. Yeah.
I'm dying to hear that, but I mean, a lot of folks believe that Elon is doing what's best for this country, getting rid of waste.
Let me say this, Tim. He has yet to go to the department that holds his contracts. So you mean to tell me that all his contracts are legit and there is no fraud in that department, but there's fraud in every other department. Just like I told you, he went on there and lied and said that because he found so much money wasted with Social Security that people's checks were gonna start going up. He said, "Watch. You'll see people get more money in their Social Security." What he failed to tell them people was, civil service workers will be getting a boost in their Social Security because of the act the policy of Joe Biden, the Social Security Fairness Act, where civil service workers will be getting a bump because they didn't pay when they were working, those different jobs, you don't pay taxes into certain parts. So it's kind of like they're getting retribution for tax money. Okay, that started in April. He thinks that the American people are so stupid that they don't know that. So he's going to make it seem like he found this money at Doge and released it to the people to get a bump in their check. And because people don't research and know this stuff, Tim, they're going to believe him.
To be honest with you, if he sends money out like that, people don't really give a damn where it came from. But I want to read this one to you. Thomas Lanham says it really takes a fool to think that Trump or Elon Musk is in this for the money.
It really takes a damn fool to think that a millionaire don't want more fucking money. If Elon didn't want more money, guess what he wouldn't do? Be keeping on getting contracts. If Elon didn't want no more money, he wouldn't be right here crying about what Tesla going through. Baby, never think that anybody could have enough money. If Trump had enough money, he wouldn't have been selling shoes. He wouldn't have been selling watches. He wouldn't have been selling everything he was selling because he wanted more money. Every billionaire wants more money. And if you think they don't, then you're a damn fool yourself.
I can only echo that sentiment because I've had so many folks tell me the same thing. Trump got his own money. He can't be bought. And I use the exact statement you said. He's selling every fucking thing. Clearly he wants. Same thing with Elon.
He got a whole flea market.
Yeah,
he got a whole flea market.
Everything from Bibles to books. But the same thing.
If he didn't want no more money, guess what he wouldn't be doing? Selling nothing to get no money.
And the same thing applies to Elon Musk. Elon is not known to be super charitable, yet he got all kinds of businesses that are going. He tried to buy an AI firm not long ago. He clearly is trying to make more money. I mean, it's not even up for debate.
And he has replaced contracts in the government with his companies. So trust and believe me, baby. For whoever you was, I don't even remember your name. If you think that Elon Musk don't want more money because he got money, then baby, bless your beautiful heart.
Yeah, it would make more sense if their actions clearly dictate they're trying to get money. I mean, Jeff Bezos is the second wealthiest. He clearly is making money. Mark Zuckerberg, they all are trying to get more money. So the idea that they got plenty of money.
Because Tim, you can never have enough money.
Yeah.
They didn't get in there and say, well, once I make $1 billion, I'm going to be done. That's not how it goes. Yeah. They always thinking of ways to further enrich themselves because they all want to be the one on the top.
Yeah. And somebody put in the comments, he's selling citizenship, and MAGA doesn't even ask who will get the money. Trump never said. That's a good point. Trump did say for $5 million.
That you just read to me, tell him to take an Ambien and go to sleep, baby. Because you too woke. If you believe that, go on, take a sleeping pill, baby, and go on to sleep. Because that statement you made absolutely no sense. You tried to call me a fool, and you end up looking like a fool. Cut it out. Don't do that no more.
I can't argue with you, even though
Don't do it no more.
I like to be able to push back, but I can't argue with you on that. I mean, every wealthy person wants to make more money. You rarely ever hear somebody.
Every wealthy person.
Yeah, you rarely ever hear somebody say, "I don't want to make any more money."
I'm done making. I've got $2 billion. I'm done now, y'all. That's enough for me. Let me just shut my companies down because I've got enough money. What fool say that?
I can't argue with that. All right, Takesha, you definitely win this round. I haven't talked to you in a while. I saw you in the comments. I missed you a couple of times, but
last night I was waiting because your voice was sounding so sexy that time of the night. But it took too long for you to bring me up. So I just shook myself to sleep as I thought about you, Tim.
Oh, you know I'm
Tim, for real. I heard you when you said I thought Takesha was in the box after you brought Andy up, but I was too tired to turn over and get back in there and record his box.
All right, well, keep it warm for me. Appreciate you coming through.
It stay warm.
Bless
like
you.
A hot pocket. Call me Little Hot Pocket.
Oh, shit. All right, let me get out of here. Oh.
All right, Tim.
Oh, gotta go. All right, let me get out. Let me move on before I start doing the wrong program. Okay, anyhow, tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 110. We can make that happen. HUNNIT. 110. Tap the screen, looking in the comments. But yeah, I agree with my last caller 100%. Those folks do want to still make money. I mean, I'm listening to Fox all day while I'm working in the car on XM. And Fox News has, Trump watches commercials and shit like that. Yeah, they do want to make more money. It sounds great. Trump ain't taking a salary. We can trust him. He doesn't need money. His actions do not dictate that. His actions do not dictate somebody that doesn't need more money at all. At all. Okay, you didn't take a salary. The president makes about $500,000 a year. Trump has so much shit going on that money is chump change. I mean, Elon Musk has gave him that. That's chump change. So yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying it means Trump is a bad guy. He could be a great president. But what I'm saying is he wants money. His actions show that he is trying to still make money. I don't even believe he stopped running his businesses. When he became president the first time, he was asked, are you going to still be trying to maintain your companies while president? He indicated he was going to let his family do it or something like that. He was still running his businesses. So yeah, he wants to make more money. Now, somebody who I saw that might have been a little bit different, that actually does fit that narrative, would be Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. When he became governor, he was asked the same thing about his acting career, which was incredibly lucrative at the time. Are you going to stop doing movies and stuff and focus on being governor of California? He actually did it. He became governor and he's completely disappeared from Hollywood. He actually did measure up to what he promised, but Trump was still deep involved in business. But nevertheless, moving on with the program, something I wanted to play real quick in the comments. Please don't tax the penguins. That's because remember when Biden was in office? You go to a gas pump or something and you see the sticker, Biden did this or something like that. Don't tax the penguins. I'm assuming you're going to probably hear that comment a lot. Please don't tax the penguins. Putting tariffs on penguins. You're going to probably start hearing that a lot. How that ended up happening is insane. That they didn't do a better job with the tariffs. That they ended up imposing tariffs on countries that do not have people. That just a ridiculous oversight. Anyway, looking in the comments real quick, moving on. I wanted to thank once again Davina Baker for showing the program some support. Much appreciated. Thank you very much for your super chat. Moving on to the program. I don't know what I missed there, but there's a ton of clown emojis in the comments there. So is making fun of stuttering, taboo, and shouldn't do it like Democrats said about Joe Biden. Or is it just fine to make fun of it? I'm confused. Please explain it, caller. The caller's gone crazy, but I'll explain it. You're suggesting that making fun of Elon Musk stuttering is somehow wrong because the Democrats do not like making fun of, the Democrats do not like the name calling. So you're suggesting that the Democrats should actually practice what they preach and not make fun of folks. So the problem is the right don't give a shit about that. This is what I always say when Michelle Obama talked about if they go low, we go high. When they go low, we go high. You can go as high as you want. They're going to still keep going low. If she took your advice and didn't make fun of Elon stuff, that's not going to stop Elon from making fun of Democrats. That's not going to stop Trump from making fun. I hear your point. They could practice what they preach, but it ain't going to mean shit. It ain't going to stop the mean tweets. It ain't going to stop any of that stuff. When you look at Biden, Kamala Harris doing Trump's inauguration, They were as professional as they could be to President Trump. Met him on the White House steps when they were in smooth transition of power. The Biden administration, his wife, Kamala Harris, her husband, as professional as they could be that day. Trump treated them all like shit that day. They all went high and he went incredibly low. His inauguration was not just swearing on the Bible and promising to do what's best for this country. It was a complete ridicule of them. So she could do what you're suggesting. It ain't gonna matter. I mean, you're literally okay with the mean tweets and all the insults, but you expect the Democrat. You guys need to live up to what you're saying. Why would you do it? At this point, it doesn't even matter. I've played videos when I did a YouTube video some weeks ago when the guy tried to take Trump out and hit him in the ear or whatever. The minute that round went past Trump's ear and he taps his ear, I have a frozen frame of that, him tapping his ear. Right behind him is a woman with a shirt that says mean tweets. So the Democrats shouldn't say anything. It's pretty clear the right's going to do it anyway. So at this point, I don't see any reason to hold back. You're going to do it no matter what. Thank you, Brianna Jackson. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. Anybody that believes Trump isn't taking a salary is a fool. Trump is all about the money. This is the same guy that stole from his charity and has his own coin, says Donaldson Farrow. I don't know if he's taking a salary or not because he's hesitant to release his taxes and things like that. There's no way to say he's not taking a salary, but there's no way to adequately prove that he is either. That's one of the issues I often point out with Trump is that he says a lot of things that offers no proof that it's ever being done. It ain't like he came up and showed you, here's wounded warriors. They'll tell you that they received my salary for all 4 years. Here's the Red Cross receipts. I mean, he's just going to say something. Everything from the Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs to everybody going to El Salvador as a gang member. You just have to trust him. He rarely, if ever, offers receipts for the stuff he say. You just have to trust it. What makes it difficult is because he often gets caught being inaccurate or fabricating or exaggerating or whatever term you want to use. So it's hard to just take him at face value because a lot of stuff he says is not true. Openly laundered money, says Memphis. Who? Day one was a big promise, but who cares? Market crashing, but everything is great. Let me go back to the box. Taking on the next caller, the one and only MAGA Reacts. Good evening, MAGA Reacts. Tariffs, day 2, what say you?
I mean, it's still too early.
Did you hear did you hear, you may have not been around, did you hear my clip on Ben Shapiro, what he said about the tariffs?
Oh, I saw most of that myself, and I was around. I've been around since the beginning. I usually let Michael and Denkel and all them go first so I could reply to them, but it's been so long, I forgot what they even talked about.
How do you think Ben Shapiro is wrong in suggesting that the numbers Trump held up are incorrect?
I don't know. He's right. I know the numbers are a little bullshit.
Why would you do that, though? Why would you hold up numbers that are a little bit bullshit, as you're talking about, literally on the whole free world? Like, so every country you're insulting them in one single commercial, one single information ad, where every one of these countries is like, you ain't paying us this much in tariffs. Why would he do that?
No, I mean, he said they tariffed us and they did all this shit. It's the difference. The number is the difference in trade. It's not anything else but that. It's not because they tariffed us or any of that. He just did the math on the difference in trade, and took the percentage and subtracted it.
It says reciprocal tariffs on the chart he's holding up. It doesn't say nothing about trade. It says reciprocal tariffs. It's written right on there.
Yeah, well, we did the math. People did the math, and they realized it's not reciprocal tariffs. It's the difference in trade.
So what are the chances he's going to go out there and correct that then?
What's up?
You said they did the numbers and they found out it's not reciprocal tariffs. So it is not what he is on TV saying it is. What are the chances he's going to go back on TV and correct that?
Very low. because he has to come up with a number to tariff these people, and he tariffed them when he wanted to tariff them, depending on the difference.
So in
If
other
there's a
words,
bigger
he's
difference, he tariffed them more.
So
and
in
if
other
there's a
words,
smaller difference, he tariffed them the minimum of 10%.
yeah. So in other words, he's tariffing them based on fictional numbers. So he's the number he's.
No, they're real numbers. They're real numbers. They're just not what he says they are. And he's doing it based on how much our deficit, the trade deficit with them is, and then he divided that percentage by half.
But if the numbers,
but I don't understand why he's lying and say they're reciprocal. I guess the reciprocal sounds better, but
yeah, if you're going to impose a tariff on a country for 25% and say it's a reciprocal because they're actually charging you 50, and the 50 number is wrong, then you may actually your 25% tariff may actually be more than what they're charging you.
Yeah, it's more like it's based on how much. Like if you owed me money and I had to charge you interest rate or whatever, and I said this is the stamp, I just based it on what you owe me. I took what you owe me and divided it, figured out the percentage versus what I owe you, I guess, and then divided by half.
You're making me dizzy. You're making me dizzy. You realize how complicated this shit sounds?
I haven't done all the math on it to really.
It sounds like he hasn't done the math on it either. How do you explain him imposing tariffs on a country that has no human beings on it?
Again, I'm gonna wait to see what they say about that one. I mean, my only guess is maybe people are running product through it.
Oh my God.
The reason it's on the list.
People are running product through it.
He's worried about that China will use a third-party country that has a low tariff. Basically, like Egypt has 10%, so China could send their product to Egypt and have
Ain't
Egypt
nobody
sell
listen. It's a volcano. It's an island that's a volcano. Ain't nobody running product through it. If somebody is running product through it, then you charge them the tariff for their home country.
Again, it's a guess. I'm sure we'll find out in the next couple of days why it's on the list. Obviously, people are asking, so we'll find out the answer in a couple of days.
Is it possible?
You are.
Is it possible that maybe they didn't do their homework and just came up with some random fucking numbers?
I mean, their numbers as good as any. They're just trying to do tariffs.
You're going to impose tariffs. If you're going to impose tariffs on me, you're going to impose tariffs on me. And your response is, "Well, my numbers are good as any." I mean, your numbers are not accurate. How about that?
Again, I don't know the details to why they chose the numbers. Why I have a basic idea based on what Ben Shapiro said and the numbers that were given and the math that was done. But again, that's not the point. Like, the point is, do we need the tariffs or not? Also, the big thing we've been talking about is the stock market reaction. And the tariffs haven't come into effect, so I don't understand why the stock market's crashing so hard.
I can tell you why the stock market is crashing so hard because of what you and I are talking about. They're coming across as looking fucking incompetent. You're talking about tariffs based on numbers that you admit are, well, my number is as good as anybody. I mean, all of the shit you're doing is based on fiction. People are like, I'm getting the fuck out of this. I'm going to just sell my shares and get the fuck out of this.
Yeah.
This guy don't know what he's doing.
To me, it seems to be fear-mongering by the media.
I'm listening to MAGA.
Shit about like Biden and the money he spent.
Biden's gone. Biden is irrelevant in this conversation.
I know, but we went through something similar with Biden's spending bill. But on his side, the media were fluffing it up and making his shit sound good.
Listen, I'm not going to
attacking Trump.
I'm not going to argue with you about Biden, even if everything you said about Biden is true, and which I don't think it is. But let's say it is. It's irrelevant right now. Trump is in office. Bringing up Biden ain't going to save the economy. But bringing up something that happened during the last term.
I'm talking about the effect of the media on the stock market. We all know that the media affects the stock market. It's one of the biggest movers. The fact that that you could even go to jail if you do it.
The media did not make him go on TV and hold up a chart with all these funky ass numbers. You can't blame that on the media. That's something he did.
No, but the media is making it sound like these tariffs are just going to fail. That all they're going to do is crash the market, and we don't even know. You know, we don't even know the results of these
You
tariffs.
wanna
We don't know what's going to happen.
you just
And they're saying they're going to be an absolute failure and everything's going to go to hell.
You just admitted yourself that the numbers are not accurate. So we're supposed to assume the economy is going to go down.
They're not what he says they are, but
Not accurate. That's not accurate.
how are they accurate or not accurate? It's a tax. It's like, why do we increase what does
accurate mean to you? What does accurate mean to you? If I hold up the number 50 and say you're taxing me at 50% and it's actually 22, is my number 50 accurate?
I guess in that way, I'm going as far as saying he's lying. He says they were reciprocal and they're not reciprocal. And he lied where he got the numbers
I said the
from.
numbers are not accurate either, though. The numbers are not accurate.
Which numbers? What part of it? Like
what Ben Shapiro stated, the Israelis don't charge us tariffs at all. There is zero tariff. Trump has them at 30%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's misrepresenting the numbers. The numbers are not based on what we're being tariffed. They're based on...
They're inaccurate. They're inaccurate.
The numbers are, you took how much we sell to them versus how much they sell to us. You took the difference and you divided by 2. He did the math on his show. Ben Shapiro did the math.
But do you understand how
what they represent?
Do you understand how insane that sounds? When you look at the fact that Israel is about the size of New Jersey, they are never going to buy from us the same amount of shit we buy from them. We got a population that is multiples of theirs. So you're never going to have a fair, equal trade when your country is 20 times the size.
Then make money off the tariffs. I mean, that's the goal, to make money off the tariffs so we could give you things like, no tax on tips and all the other shit he promised. You were talking about that. When is that coming? It's going to come once the tariffs start bringing in money. Then he could do no tax on overtime and cut taxes, all over the place for everybody. Once that's his goal. He makes money with tariffs and makes money with all the other bullshit that he's selling, like the gold cards, and he takes that money and cuts our taxes.
You believe that?
That's what he says, and that's what he's doing. I mean, the tax cuts are around the corner. The bill is being going back and forth between the House and the Senate. What he's working on. I don't know what else to go off here.
You're doing exactly what I say MAGA often does. You're using the phrase, that's what he says. This is what I'm talking about when I say he can.
That's also what he's doing.
Hold on. This is what I'm.
There.
No, if you're admitting that he's giving numbers inaccurate, and then you're wondering, well, why is everybody saying that this is not going to work? If the formula is based off of faulty numbers, why would you assume it's going to be successful?
But again, it's not that they're based on faulty numbers. They're based on legit numbers. They just don't represent what he says they are.
Those numbers are not legit. I mean, like I said, what Ben Shapiro said. Is there any analyst at all that's suggesting that the numbers he held up are accurate?
I mean, they're accurate. Again, you're concentrating on things that do not matter. He could have pulled a number out of his ass, and it would have been just as good as any number that's on that chart or anything. Like, how much we charge in tariffs isn't the question here. The question is, are the tariffs going to be a good thing or a bad thing? The amount of tariffs, he'll adjust that over time based on the feedback he gets. And that's the other reason he's doing this so early and so quickly, so there's times to fix mistakes and there's time to actually enjoy the benefits of this. He doesn't want to happen what happened to Biden, where all the benefit comes on the last 3 months of his administration after he's already lost an election. He wants to do this early so he could fix his mistakes, or he could actually, advertise if he's successful, he'll advertise that. If he makes mistakes, he'll have time to fix them. And this way, he's not he's not screwed in midterms, and he's not screwed in 4 years when the next election. You said it don't matter if he pulls the numbers out of his ass. You just expect people just gonna pay this shit. They're not gonna retaliate. Trump is just gonna throw these tariffs out there. It's gonna make a bunch of money for America. Nobody's gonna retaliate. There's not gonna be any recourse to this, huh? Well, the problem is they already tax their people so much money. Like Canada, for example, everything is so expensive in Canada. if they do retaliate, like their people are gonna stand less for it than us. Like we could handle this because our taxes are so low, and he's cutting taxes on top of that. Canada's not cutting fucking taxes. They would have to cut taxes to charge tariffs like we do. I mean, that's the part of the story they never talk about, how he's also cutting taxes to like negate the effects of the tariffs. He's also making fuel cheap. He's also making sure trade is safe. So, you know, our shipping from China is cheaper. I mean, he's doing a lot of shit to help business, where Canada, if they charge us tariffs, where are they going to cut taxes from? You know?
You got me dizzy hearing this stuff. I mean, when you lost me at he could pull a number out of his ass and it wouldn't matter.
How is this dizzy? It's two things. He's charging tariffs and he's cutting taxes and making things cheap, so, you know, people could afford. So the tariffs don't change prices, don't cause inflation.
I think the problem is you're making it sound like Trump can, whatever Trump does is going to make them pay and it's going to turn into money for us. You're not factoring in any of their retaliatory efforts at all. You understand you do understand they have a right to respond, don't you?
First of all, I don't believe this really affects them. I mean, yeah, it's our corporations or our people that would have to pay the tariffs. And like I said, Trump's cutting taxes and doing all kinds of other shit so our prices don't go up. I mean, and like I said, our taxes are low compared to theirs. Canada pays a shitload of taxes.
What do you think?
So
okay, if Trump imposes a 50% tax on the country, who do you think it affects? Nobody is affected by that at all.
What do you mean? Like, I don't get what you're saying.
I mean, if he imposes a 50% tax on Canada, do you think it affects the Canadians at all?
I mean, what do you mean by impose like a tariff, a 50% tariff?
Yeah, if he imposes a 50% tariff on any good they send into America, do you think it affects the Canadians at all?
Honestly, it shouldn't, because like the tariffs are paid on this side of the border. They send off. I mean, people buy less of their shit. So if this doesn't affect anybody, why the hell is he doing it? Like I said, he's trying to collect taxes from imports versus collecting them from Americans. Like,
how can you collect?
We're still paying the
tariffs. How can you collect taxes from something that's not affecting anybody? Where's the money coming from?
The money's coming from imports. When a company imports shit, they pay the tariff.
Okay, so
pay taxes on it at the end.
So who is being affected by the tariffs is what I'm asking you.
I mean, it could affect everybody. It could affect nobody, depending how you do it. When you cut taxes in other places, it really shouldn't affect anybody, because you're saving the money on tax instead of, like, the money you're paying in tariff, you're gonna save through tax cuts.
All right. I've never heard somebody ever tell me that you could impose a tariff and it might not affect anybody. I gotta move it on, Magarex. You crazy tonight. You crazy tonight.
Like, I could pay you $100 and take back 20 in taxes, or take back 20 in tariffs. What's the difference how I take back that 20?
If you impose tariffs on the country, people will be affected by it. It is as simple as that. The idea that it might not affect anybody, that is bonkers. That is ridiculous.
It should only affect Americans, and I believe he's negating it by saving the money elsewhere. So in the end of the day, if instead of paying $20 in taxes, you pay $20 in tariffs, in the end of the day, if there's $80 in your pocket and you got the shit you need, why do you care?
You do realize if you impose a tariff, it's across the board. I mean, you're not gonna negate a tariff with taxes. If you're paying extra money
taxes are across the board. Taxes are way more across the board than tariffs. No. Tariffs are only on import.
You're not paying 25.
Anything from Canada, you're not paying more money, $100 in your pocket.
You're not paying 25 to 50% tax on products you're buying, MAGA. He's taxing it 25 to 50% to some of these places.
You're paying 25% on everything. Everything. Like a 25% tax on everything is probably more than a 25% tax on just imports. Like I said, like if I
And
give you
you
$100,
started, okay, I got to move it on, but you started out wondering why the market is going all over the place. Your explanation is good
it's
enough.
so simple, but you're right. I mean, that's why the media is very successful in
Got
scaring
nothing to do with the
people.
media. What you said alone is enough to make the market go crazy. You don't need the media. Your conversation, what you said is enough to make people go ape shit. You, not the media.
Look,
You.
what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen at the end of the day, in a couple of months, people are gonna realize is the prices haven't gone up and there's more money in their pocket, and that's what's really gonna determine if he's successful or not. How much money's in their pocket.
All right, I gotta go. Appreciate it. I don't know where else to go with that. I mean, like I said, he is. If DJ says, "Where is his handlers?" The problem with it is first a couple things. First of all, when you make a statement like he could pull a number out of his ass and it wouldn't make a difference, what is that? What is that? You're doing math where the numbers don't matter? I've never heard somebody describe that in the manner he is, and he's blaming the media for all of the shaky responses to the Trump tariffs. I'm like, what you said alone would make people go ape shit. Well, the numbers don't matter. He can pull it out of his ass. I'm admitting it's not accurate. It ain't reciprocal as this. Is that. It's that uncertainty right there that you're actually copping out to. The stuff you're saying is why the market is going ape shit. It ain't got nothing to do with the media. It's what you're saying. Golden Eye. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Golden Eye. MAGA really believes this insane garbage. Dennis, listen, you're referring to my last caller for folks who don't know. He's saying that's what he believes, so I got to take him at his word, but I think everybody watching the program was like that. I mean, even the folks that support Trump were listening to him like, what you're saying makes no sense at all. So, but I'm going to assume he did mean what he was saying. He blindly trusted and, what does it say? It's in parroting every MAGA delusion point. I don't even know if I heard MAGA saying some of the stuff he said. I've never heard MAGA suggest that the numbers don't matter or that Trump could pull a number out of his ass or that tariffs don't hurt anybody. I mean, he went further. He went far further than what anything MAGA was saying. I ain't never heard anybody say nothing like that. Let me go back to the box. Stick the ruler. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Stick. The market don't like certainty either. This is certain. Well, this is lack of certainty. What Trump is doing is lack of certainty. Do you want to move whole, you want to move your manufacturing? Wow, Mr. Walter, shout out to you. Appreciate that. Good galaxy. Thank you. Would you want to move your manufacturing back to America under Trump direction if you know he can snap his fingers on a whim and make a change? Whether it's to the percentage of taxes, whether it's how your country is being treated, whether it's legislation affecting your company. I mean, he's making radical changes overnight. Would you want to take your manufacturing out of China, out of the Philippines somewhere and spend billions of dollars to move it back here? And you know this guy can snap his fingers. You're not getting any kind of guarantees at all from him. He's just, I'll do this, and you're going to come back, and all of a sudden, boom, he might do something else. It's clear he doesn't care if you lose in the process. So it's the uncertainty is why the markets are going crazy. Looking in the comments, that's going to take years, and plus they still won't do 100% because of the labor costs. Yeah, my guess is once Trump is gone, the companies that were benefiting with that cheap labor in China and stuff like that will lobby to the next politician to get it back. It's just same thing I believe with the wall and the border security. There are the illegal immigrants that are in this country, whether it is trafficking drugs, trafficking human beings, or cheap labor. All of that stuff is in this country because there's a demand for it. They're not forcing anybody to go. They're not forcing fentanyl into people. They're not forcing you to partake in child trafficking. They're not forcing you to hire them. Americans want all of that stuff. So the minute Trump is gone, that demand will find its way to the next politician. It can be bought off and it'll come back. Same thing with the tariffs and all of this shit. Those corporations want that cheap Chinese, Vietnamese, Filipino labor. The minute Trump is gone, They'll find the right politicians to lobby to, and they'll get the laws passed that are necessary to bring it back. It's just you gotta survive Trump. So if I'm running a multinational corporation, we might bring one manufacturing plant back, but keep in mind this guy is gone probably in 4 years or so. So let's wait it out before we make any major decision. And that's the way it'll be. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the corporations are even telling that to some of the folks internationally, telling that to the Chinese and things like that. This guy's in his almost 80 years old. He's only supposed to do one term. Let's wait it out before we make any rash decisions. I would not be surprised. Looking in the comments before we continue on. Make sure I didn't miss anything there. American products won't have tariffs unless Ford has foreign parts, for example. Well, most cars right now are like that. Is there any car that's 100% made in America? The microprocessors, all of that shit is made in the U.S. I don't think there's any car that fits that narrative. Is there any car that's like that? You're such an economic guru, Tim. No, I'm not, Boo Boo Boss. Not at all. But I know that telling me that you shouldn't be suspicious of math while admitting the numbers you're using are wrong. I mean, if Trump is suggesting that tariffs are going to make America great again, and my caller is admitting the numbers he's using to impose the tariffs are based on nothing, why would you assume that's going to be successful? Why would you assume the outcome is going to be success when the numbers you're inputting are based on nothing? Going back to the box. There is no car made in America that's 100% American. Yeah, I don't think there is. I agree with that. Going back to the box, bring a Barshafine. All cars made, one of them assembled in USA, have foreign parts. Yeah, most of them I think are. Mr. Walter, good evening. We're on day 2. You heard my last caller. Did you disagree with anything there?
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It's late. And, this guy, I mean, come on, Jesus Christ. You talk about, I don't want to be mean to these folk, but you talk about cult. I mean, Jesus Christ. Look at the writing on the wall, man. Like, read the room. These people, honestly, look, I try to reach across the aisle. I really, really do. I honestly have many, many friends who are Republican people, but they're Republican because they think they're going to get a better economic outcome over it, right?
That's fair.
We're fucked. This fucking guy. This is my whole concern with this person is that they are not competent people. And he is not competent. And they don't have any, handbrake on this fucking guy as they did in his first term.
Yeah. I was saying that right before the election, in the last summer and things like that. I was saying that, listen, you don't favor Biden at the time, or if you didn't favor Kamala, and I understand why people voted for Trump economically and things like that. But I did say that Trump's promises, Trump 2.0 is not the same guy. You're voting for Trump because you liked his economy over Biden, or we didn't have wars, and under Biden, you're dealing with Trump 2.0 is not promising that. And as you can see, Trump 1.0 was bragging about how there were no overseas wars. Trump 2.0 was talking about starting them. It's a totally different dude. He's not running on the same shit.
This is what, I've been a little bit hard on you about this because you have, taken the devil advocate position a few times about, I get no new wars,
right?
And, the economy. Okay, the truth is, Tim, that he carried the Obama economy and didn't fumble it until COVID. Okay, and no foul on him because of COVID. I don't really blame him because of that shit. But he didn't really do anything. He just carried the ball. And he had a lot of people that helped him along the way. Right?
But I give him credit for that because I always say
I know you do. I know you do. And I don't necessarily disagree But, you know, he wasn't talking about, you know, all these fucking crazy tariffs and shit back then. You know, he wasn't, this is my problem, man. He didn't talk about tariffs when he ran this election. He didn't say we're going to have all these crazy, you know, 30-40% tariffs on country like Vietnam. I mean, none of these countries, I mean, it's bullshit like you talked about before. I don't know if you've seen this reporting about ChatGPT basically gave him these numbers.
Is that where this shit came from? AI?
Yes. They ran it against what ChatGPT and you know, this technology doesn't really know everything. We used to have talented people in the government that would run analysis and they knew what the fuck they were talking about. This is based on some bullshit fucking Elon Musk AI shit. Yeah. This is what happened. This fucking guy is a moron. This is what happens when you elect morons to run the most powerful, you know, country in the world. Yeah. The stock market just lost $2 trillion.
3 trillion.
Oh, fuck.
3 trillion. Yeah, it was 3.
Look, I'm your age, and I ain't really looking to work another fucking 40 years to fucking retire.
Well, you know, they're already suggesting, because Elon is constantly saying that Social Security, and you know, he's saying that is a Ponzi scheme. And you know, when he starts talking about something ain't working right, he's gonna do something to it. I don't know if he's gonna get rid of Social Security, but if he's saying all this negative shit about it, he ain't gonna leave it untouched.
Yeah, I mean, aside from that, which I agree is bullshit, but I'm just talking about 401k, bro. I mean, that shit is all in the market.
Yeah, that's real. Yeah, if you're, I mentioned this early in the program when I was talking to Mike, I think it was. If you're due to retire within the next 5 or 6 years, you're gonna definitely retire with less. You're not gonna make all that money back up.
I don't think you get it, Tim. This is not a 5-6 year problem.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the money that's been lost, if ever recovered, it's going to take a while. What I'm saying, even if you retire in 5 or 6 years from now, you're going to be hurting based on what he's done this week.
Yeah. Not to mention every fucking thing else that he's done. But yes, how are these people still supporting this? I don't understand it.
Trust.
Why would you support this?
Trust. Like my last call, like the guy you just heard talking, he said, you know, you ain't seen what's happening yet. Don't believe the media speculation. Give it a chance. You know, let's see where. I mean, they still have trust.
Can all right? Look, let me just ask you this, because I remember you used to have more MAGA people. I don't remember the guy, some guy in North Dakota or something.
Yeah, you talking about DJ Julio?
Yeah. I haven't heard from him in a long time or seen him on your show. But anyway, point being, have you ever heard these people say, "Let's pick a date and let's check back in and see who's right. Who came out on top?"
No. And you know, I'll even go further back with it. When Biden first won the 2020 election, they had what was called Q-drops, and they would be talking about, you know, by February, they're going to arrest the military's going to arrest Nancy Pelosi and put Trump. And I used to say it even back then about the dates. I said, I used to tell them, how many of these things got to fail before you finally realize it's not going to happen? Okay, now they're telling you they're going to reinstate Trump as the 17th president in August. Like, how many? Because every time something would go wrong, they would come up with another Q-drop in the future where this is going to happen now. How many of these things got to fail before you finally believe that this is false information? And that's exactly what you're talking about. No, I have never heard them say, let's have a date and come back and see if this has happened. No, they just will always have room to continue believing. Kind of like, I always compare Trump to Jesus or God in a little bit, because you often hear we're living in the last days or God is coming back. There is no date to it. So we could have the same conversation 200 years later and we'll still be living in the last days. He's about to come. And that's the same thing, is because there's no date attached to it. No matter when they say it, it fits.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically that just, mentally. Look, I'm not trying to be mean to these people, but not all of them, but many of them are just not bright people. and they're very easily swayed into thinking, this is an easy concept for me to believe, and God saved him the fucking ear and the shot and whatever the case may be. Listen, I have close friends and their parents, these old boomer, they literally think that Trump, is appointed by God.
I had somebody tell me that I was actually at a Trump rally in line. You're sitting and waiting 5 hours to get into the rally, and this guy told me that to my face that Trump was appointed by God to lead this country. I had somebody tell me that. So yeah, they do believe that.
Yeah, and this friend of mine, I'm like, and he doesn't believe in that shit, and he's like, well, how do you explain, this and that, and all the character flaws and all the problems? Well, that doesn't really matter. That doesn't matter, I mean, it's literally blind faith, and I don't,
What I don't get is why would anybody think out of 180 nations on earth or whatever the number is, a God would focus only on one? Like everybody, God bless America and no place else. Like, why would you think he don't care about all the other nations? He only care about Trump. Ain't doing shit for the other countries. He's all about America first. Does that sound like anything God would have anything to do with?
I mean, clearly not. But I mean, that's what happens when you join a cult, and and I don't want to say religion's a cult, but it fucking is. But I mean, it's basically blind faith to help make you feel good, and it'll be all right, and it doesn't matter, and and this is the truth of the matter is that the people who really need what Jesus taught aren't going to get a goddamn thing from Trump or this government, and not only they're not going to get a goddamn thing, they're going to get nothing that they had. They used to have a little something, USAID. They used to have something, and they're not going to get a goddamn thing now. And you're saying this is God's person? And I don't try to be.
But the belief is that Trump has only been in office for 2 months, and you liberals are rushing it too quick.
Look what he's done, man. Look what he's done in 2 months.
Well, he stuck it to the libs.
Okay.
You don't have to worry about a transgender male playing sports against girls. He secured the border. Can you give him good marks on that?
I guess. I mean, I think the last year of Biden's thing has been basically the same. I mean, other than deporting, legal people, I don't think Biden did that. But yeah, I think the amount of illegal people that they've swept up has basically been the same, or even
but the amount of border crossings, period, has dropped like 90% or more under Trump.
I don't know. I mean, okay, if you say that, I don't know.
There's almost no traffic down there. I mean, because they got military every damn where. They're building a wall. They got to, surveillance and technology. I mean, you seen migrants lined up and shit under Biden. Ain't nobody crossing under Trump.
Okay, that could be. But that's a whole different argument. And my argument would be that these people aren't really costing us a lot of money. In fact, when they pay their taxes and don't, cost Social Security, they don't take any, they're actually paying into the system more than they're taking out of the system. But let's not, go down a whole thing.
Well, yeah, because they don't believe it. They believe these folks are coming here and taxes. Exactly. They're getting entitlements and food stamps and welfare, so they believe
they're voting, even though they're not voting, and all of those things.
They're voting. They're using universal health care. They're getting free cell phones. They're living in mansions. Yeah.
I mean, the problem is that we live in these bubbles, and the MAGA, whatever the fuck that guy was, whatever his name is.
MAGA reacts.
Yeah, MAGA react, whatever. These, I mean, they're so ignorant, and they're so isolated into their bubble. It's like, it's never going to happen. They're never going to see the light. So what do? What's the solution? I don't fucking know, to be honest with you.
Show up to the next damn election is the solution. I mean, fact is, a lot of people didn't show up to vote, and many of them are among the crowd that's complaining. MAGA came out. It's a lot of them damn liberals that didn't show up to vote. That's the solution.
No, I mean, I 100% agree with that. But, and I, think that the next midterm will be dramatically in the Democratic, sway. However, I do have tons of problems with the leadership and the direction of the Democrats since Trump's ascension. It's all just been bullshit, man. Honestly, the only person that I've really felt that has been honest is Bernie and Jasmine.
He's
Crockett.
definitely been consistent. Bernie Sanders has been very consistent.
I mean, the man is consistent, and you can tell this man is not a bullshitter. And I don't, want to talk shit about Cory Booker, but that shit was a fucking, I like that it helped things, but it was a play. He was on stage.
Yeah.
I
like this. Listen, I know it didn't really help him mean anything, but I like the symbolism of it. The fact that he got up there for 25 hours and actually overtalked the guy who spent 24 hours trying to prevent people from getting civil rights. So
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree 100%.
I like the symbolism.
He actually beat Strom Thurmond by 10 hours.
Really?
He fucking...
Was it by that much?
Yeah, I think Strom's was 15 hours.
Okay.
And he just lapped his ass. But nevertheless, I loved everything he said. I agree with everything he said. But, people keep talking, maybe this guy's our next guy. And
well, ran.
If it's him against, JD or somebody, I'm 100% with the guy. But it just seemed performative. And I wish there was somebody, maybe in between the ages of AOC and Bernie.
But see, when you're saying this, is obvious you're progressive. I don't know. AOC and Bernie Sanders are probably still a little bit too far to the left for this country right now.
Well, okay, maybe. It just kind of depends. But name me one policy that either of them have talked about that would be a negative at this point. I don't know.
Something. I don't even necessarily know if it's actually the policy, but when you're on stage admitting to being a socialist, it's the word is demonized, and they, with Bernie Sanders openly admitting I think Bernie Sanders could have probably done far better politically if he never had called himself a socialist. That's like a really effective politician on the right. Yeah. Calling himself a racist. I don't care how great you are with the economy and shit. You can't call yourself that. Calling yourself a socialist is not good.
Okay, I agree that is true. However, I wouldn't associate socialist as equal to.
Ain't nobody doing all that, though. I get your point, man. You say you're a socialist, people thinking straight out of communist Russia somewhere. You can't use that.
Right. And why is that? Because they don't know what it means. They don't actually understand the term.
Exactly.
They don't understand.
And they're not going to look into it. And not only do they not understand the term, they're not going to take the time to look into what the term means. And your adversary is going to use the term to demonize you by bringing up all the worst episodes of socialism on the planet.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. I agree with that.
Because I used to say all the time when they were saying that about Bernie Sanders, they were bringing up socialist countries like China and Russia. I'm like, you do know places like Norway got socialist policies. Notice you're not mentioning them. But this is what he left himself open to. They're going to pick the worst examples.
Well, to be fair, he did defend himself on that a bit, but they just didn't really report it so much. But yes,
that's how it goes.
And I do think that the Democratic base, Clinton, whatever, they tried to paint him into that corner, as a radical or whatever.
Yeah, because he wasn't a Democrat. And the Democratic Party is like, you're a socialist. You're not just like the Republican Party originally tried to get rid of Trump. They both knew, and Bernie Sanders and Trump have a lot in common from that aspect. They both, in order to get access to the National Convention funds, They ran as something they're not. Trump is a populist. He's not a Republican. Bernie Sanders admits to being a socialist. He's not a traditional Democrat. And both of them have been bumping heads with the leadership of their party. I mean, the Bernie Sanders was bumping, Bernie Sanders was bumping heads with the likes of Nancy Pelosi and the leadership, the Clintons and all of them. And Trump is pretty much, because he actually won his party, he's eradicated all the former leadership of the Republican Party. They're gone. The Romneys, the Bushes, the McCains, he got rid of them.
Yeah, no, he's cleaned house.
Yeah.
And I completely agree. And the traditional Republican Party is not. It's MAGA.
It's
That's
gone,
what
right? He took, and Bernie Sanders probably would have done something similar to the Democratic Party. That's why they fought against him. They just were successful in getting rid of Bernie. The Republicans were not successful in getting rid of Trump, and he came in, and the party's permanently changed.
Okay, let's just like break it down a little bit though. How many of your basic American, middle of the road people would be happy to have, healthcare? It's a central, single payer healthcare. How many people do you think would want that?
Depends on
it didn't cost them any more money than they're paying today.
It's a lot of depends on responses to that. First of all, it depends on who's giving it to him. If you vote Trump, for instance, Trump can give you things that you would totally reject if it was coming from Obama or Biden. So that's the first thing. That's because when Trump said he wanted to repeal and replace Obamacare, he could repeal it and give them back the same thing, and they would love it all of a sudden. So that's the first problem. Is it depends on who it's coming from. But then, of course, the healthcare has to be good healthcare.
So you're saying that everybody is stupid, and it just depends on how it's
tribalistic.
sold
I don't
them.
want to use the term stupid. I'll say they're tribal. People only. I mean, we've seen cases where the right.
Well, you're saying it depends on how it's sold to them, how they perceive it.
Yeah.
If it comes from a big rich guy, then it's fine. If it comes from a wild-haired Saint Bernie, then I don't know about this guy. Is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So
I think Kamala Harris would have been a far better politician doing the exact same shit if she was a straight white male. Yeah, it depends on who's selling it to you.
Right, and I think the distillation of that is that the average American is fucking stupid, and I don't mean that as an insult. It is.
It ain't a compliment.
It's not a compliment, but the truth be told, bro. I mean, look what happened. Look where we are. Look at the fucking stock market. Where do you think we're going to be in 6 months? Because the dumb fucking people are in control.
But Trump tells us we'll be on the top of the world in 6 months. I got to move it on.
Right.
But Trump is telling us we'll be doing pretty damn good, so we'll see.
Let's see. Last thing. Any MAGA people want to come back 6 months? Let's put it on the calendar. And if I'll eat crow, I will fucking eat that crow. And if you will, man up.
Yeah, they'll be telling you in 6 months. That's not enough time. Give it a year. Gotta go. Gotta go. All right, moving on to the program. The Republican Party embraced Trump. The Uniparty rhinos fought against him and lost. That's not true. The Republican Party did not embrace Trump. What happened is all of the traditional Republicans got branded as rhinos. I mean, think about it. All of the heroes of the Republican Party are now called rhinos. I mean, the same people, if you're my age, for instance, in my age group, and you put Trump in office, you probably voted for Romney, you probably voted for McCain, you probably voted for Bush. And now you voted for a guy that thinks all of them folks are rhinos. So, the Republican Party did not embrace Trump. Trump came on the scene saying all kinds of awful shit about each one of them. They didn't embrace him. Little Marco, Lion Ted Cruz. They didn't embrace him. The citizens of the Republican Party embraced him because he was talking good shit. But the leaders that be in that party were trying to do everything they could not to have Trump lead that party because they knew what has happened now was going to happen. This dude is going to get in, just like Bernie Sanders would have done. This guy is going to get into the party and completely disrupt it and make it something else. And that's exactly what has happened. The Republican Party, everybody from Mitch McConnell on down is now a rhino. All of the former heroes of the Republican Party are now all considered rhinos and shit like that. If you can't even criticize Trump without becoming a rhino. I mean, the minute you start saying something negative about Trump, it's kind of like the old Back to the Future movies where you're looking at the photo and you're starting to suddenly disappear and shit. The minute you start criticizing Trump, that's what happens to you. I mean, even folks like Joe Rogan, the biggest, podcaster online at one point, he started talking about the fact that Elon Musk was giving bad information on some of his waste, fraud, and abuse claims. His picture started fucking disappearing. He went from number one YouTuber to like 3 in one single day. I mean, Joe Rogan's picture started disappearing because he criticized the Trump administration. So yeah, they're not rhinos. You just don't. Anybody who criticizes Trump becomes a rhino. In reality, when you think about the fact that rhino stands for Republican in name only, Trump is the rhino. When you think about what traditional Republican values are, pro-military, Trump ain't pro-military, he didn't serve. Pro-family, the dude got like 4 ex-wives. He's not traditional Republican. He's the rhino. We just are calling him the Republican and calling everybody else who are actually the traditional Republican rhinos. Trump is admitted he's not even Christian. That's not a traditional Republican value. I mean, he's admitting he's not Christian. He's the rhino. You just like him. Looking in the comments, Trump is pro-military. Okay, listen. I'll just say I can't say that. There's no way I can't. Maybe I misspoke on that. I don't know if he's pro-military or not. I'll take that one back. He didn't serve, is what I'm getting at. But then again, neither did Obama. Looking at the comments, exactly, Gary, a robot fighting for old men that think you're a bum and cannon fodder. I don't know what that means. But there are rumors that Trump has said things about people being stupid that fought in the military and things like that. It wasn't caught on tape, I guess, so we'll leave it at that. But he does not fit the traditional values of a Republican. Trump does not fit that. I got videos I've played of him even talking about taking away guns without giving people due process. That ain't traditional Republican values of shall not be infringed. He's not a traditional Republican. He's not. He is the rhino. I mean, not Christian, not a 2A guy. He's talked about assault rifle bans and shit like that. I don't know if he's been pro-life his whole life either, by the way, but we'll leave that one. I'll reserve that one. Clearly, he ain't the type that is, pro-family values at all. So no, I don't see him as a traditional Republican. I just think the Republican Party really likes him, and they gave him his own category and started calling all the traditional Republicans rhinos, who actually do fit the narrative of what a traditional Republican is. So I don't know. Looking in the comments though, after Obama gave a discharge to an AWOL soldier. I don't know what the point you're making there is, Memphis. Let me just say this. In regards to deflections, once Trump pardoned those on January 6th, all of them, it kind of removed any ability for Trump supporters to really criticize anybody about pardons. Once he did that, you don't have a lot to stand on in regards to criticizing people about making bad pardons. I mean, you got people on TV talking about taking the life of the vice president and beating cops on camera. If you can pardon them folks, you can bring up whoever you want to. You kind of lost your moral high ground on that one. Looking in the comments, going back to the box. Good evening, Arshafine. Welcome to the program. Sidney Blumenthal is the person who came up with the Obama birth certificate situation, not Donald Trump. I don't care who came up with it. Hillary Clinton used it, but none of them made Trump do it. When we bring up Trump and the birther movement, bringing up other people that did it too, to me is irrelevant. That just because Hillary Clinton did it or Blumenthal, that doesn't. didn't make Trump get involved in it. All the other Republican politicians didn't jump on board. So it doesn't matter who else did it. He decided on his own he was going to get involved in it. So he gets held accountable for doing that. There's a whole lot of other Republican politicians. None of them were going around saying that. Trump decided to do that on his own. Trump pardoned people who beat up police and said they will kill senators. Damn. Well, some of them folks are definitely talking about taking the life of Mike Pence. There's no denying that. Smearing feces on the wall of Nancy Pelosi. I mean, they were committing crimes. Notice how when you bring up J6, the often rebuttal is BLM, burning in, they say, suggesting they were burning cities and things like that. Before January 6th, they were referring to the actions of BLM as a terrorist group. So if you got to bring up a terrorist group to defend yourself, you're kind of admitting what you did wasn't shit. You're admitting that what you did was wrong. You're not countering January 6th with the Martin Luther King protests. You're bringing up stuff that you actively have been calling a terrorist action. So you're not making January 6th look good. When you bring up J6, if the only thing you can reflect to is people burning and looting cities, then you're kind of admitting that J6 was really bad. We still have soldiers with issues from being downrange. Okay, I don't know what that. Handsome liberal, BLM are terrorists. Look up Chaz. Well, like I said, if what happened on January 6th was not that bad, you shouldn't have to compare BLM to it. You should, like I said, you can compare it to the abortion protest when they stand in front of a clinic peacefully with a Bible, maybe a picture of an aborted fetus. If the only thing you can keep comparing it to is cities being burned down, you are admitting what happened on January 6th was really bad. There's a lot of peaceful protests, and you keep bringing up violent ones to make a point. That makes it clear you realize what happened on January 6th was really bad. You're just saying, well, BLM was worse, but you're making it clear it was bad. Why not bring up a peaceful protest and compare it to that? Lady Liberty answers no, 702. Man, if BLM would have stormed the Capitol, none of us would have been part. No, they would not have. Trump, you definitely not going to get Trump to pardon BLM. No, that would not have happened. How is he pro-military when he just fired thousands of vets and taken away their help from the Veterans Administration? It's a great counterpoint. I can't argue with that. That's a great point. Looking in the comments real quick, going to Texas. Good evening, Texas. They had to replace every single computer and phone and TV in the Capitol after January 6th due to foreign assets being in the crowd. I don't know. Like I said, the fact is January 6th should never have happened. Trump is in control of the Senate, Congress, Supreme Court, White House. Prove to us that what you said in regards to the 2020 election is true. Prove to us they're eating Haitian migrants. Prove to us that everybody in El Salvador is a gang member. Prove to us that these sanctions, he's doing a lot of stuff without proof. Texas, good evening.
What's up, Tim?
Not much at all. Good to have you on. So what do you think of the tariffs?
Well, I'm probably going to be different than anybody you've had or will have on it.
Not a problem.
Because I try to look at it from both sides. And so I think we can agree that these tariffs will directly hurt us, right?
I think they're meant to hurt everybody involved, us and, well, they meant to hurt them, but we know they'll retaliate.
Yeah. So, but if you see what the media and everything has you believe is, we're going to see the tariffs in the cost of our goods. So it's not going to affect the countries we're placing the tariffs on. It's going to it's going
to affect the countries too. I believe that. It's going to affect everybody.
It's going to affect it if it actually brings manufacturing over here, because auto manufacturing in Canada, if we tariff their vehicles and then it makes the manufacturers move here, then yeah, they're going to lose those jobs, right? But if they don't and they stay, they'll just tack on the tariff costs onto every vehicle, right?
Yeah, but what about the notion that to move manufacturing back to America takes years. So,
Oh, it definitely does.
okay, so let's say, for instance, you want to move, let's say Apple, because Apple gets a lot of the iPhones and products made in China. So you start imposing tariffs on Apple products until they start making them in America. So that means while these tariffs are in place, until they move their manufacturing to America, it's going to cost quite a bit of money to buy Apple products, which you're admitting it could take years, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. The costs ultimately from these tariffs are going to hurt us as Americans more than anybody else.
For years.
We can agree on that, right?
For years.
But can we get to the point that we agree?
Yeah, we agree. We do agree. You just said we agree it's going to hurt us for years.
Yeah. So my question that sticks out to me the most is, if that's the case, if Trump is basically setting this house on fire, right? Then why is the response of every other country to increase tariffs as well?
Well, it could be several reasons. One, I think, being is that as Ben Shapiro, I don't know if you heard me playing the Ben Shapiro clip earlier, but did you hear me playing that clip?
Yeah, I caught some of it. It
Yeah.
started breaking up. Whenever you play for some reason, when I'm here and you play something, it starts glitching really bad.
Okay. Well, the point is, many believe that the numbers that Trump is holding up in his reciprocal tariff chart, those numbers are not accurate. So, like, for instance, Ben Shapiro stated that Israel doesn't charge us anything. It's 0% tariff. And he stated that Trump is charging Israel 30%. So that's why they're going to likely retaliate. I mean, if we're not charging you anything and suddenly you're going to start charging us 30, we got to retaliate.
But if it only hurts the person imposing the tariffs, why would they hurt themselves? We're saying that Trump is setting this house on fire, and Israel is going to turn around and say, well, you're setting yourself on fire over there. We need to do that too. We'll impose our own tariffs. If tariffs hurt only your consumers in your country, especially directly at first and for years to come, why would they be doing it as well?
Because you're going to hurt Israelis in it. I mean, if the Israelis want to send something to America, and America imposes a 30% tariff on it, it's going to inspire a lot of Americans to not buy that product because it costs so much, which is going to in turn hurt the Israeli businessman that's trying to sell it. You're hurting them doing that too.
Exactly.
Right.
But it doesn't help them. It doesn't help them to answer with reciprocal tariffs. Reciprocal tariffs is the thing you've got to pay attention
to. It doesn't hurt them to just let you do it and not do anything about it.
Sure can. You can find those trade deals with any other country that's willing to not impose those tariffs on you. We're not the only option that they have, right? We're not.
I don't see how they benefit at all by letting us impose tariffs on them and doing nothing about it. Now, if you want to go, as you say, if you want to go shop around, you have a right to do that. But letting this country impose tariffs on you and doing nothing about it, that doesn't benefit you at all.
But you're missing the point of...
Yeah, it must be. What's the point?
Yeah. If Trump's tariffs are bad for us, explain to me why it's not bad for the world leaders that are following with reciprocal tariffs against him for the people in their country. You have yet to explain that.
All tariffs are bad. That's the point I'm saying is the tariffs are bad across the board. They're all bad.
Okay, so now that I've got you there, I need you to see that along with the tariffs and the stock market, there's a bigger thing at play here. And I've said it on here before, and I guess it kind of goes over your head or you're afraid to touch it, but crypto is the bigger play here. If you look at what everyone is agreeing on instead of what everyone's disagreeing on or what everyone's blaming each other on, is crypto. Everyone is moving towards crypto at lightning speed. You sit here and say, Trump's going too fast. Trump's trying to catch up. We are behind.
But when I say moving too fast, I'm not talking about crypto, though. I'm talking about deportations.
No, I know.
I'm talking about firing people.
You're missing it. He's having to do all that, though, because everything is going to go to the blockchain. Every real-world asset will be moved over.
You
to
saying
the
he has to send people to Venice to El Salvador in prison without due process because of crypto?
That has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Well,
that doesn't have to do with the world stock market.
You brought up that I said he's moving too fast. I said I'm talking about him moving too fast and sending people to prison. I'm not talking about crypto.
Well, you've said it. No, you've said he's moving too fast on the tariffs as well. Like because he doesn't have the numbers right. He's putting tariffs on an island full of people. You said that. Don't backtrack.
I agree with that. Yeah, I did say that.
Okay, so what I'm trying to explain to you is the point he's making these mistakes is because we are behind. Don't try to drag in something that's not even in the conversation like immigration. We're talking about what he's doing and the blunders we're seeing as far as it comes to tariffs,
I don't get the point,
tax
though.
penguins. Huh?
I don't get the point about you. Okay, you're trying to get catch up to speed on crypto. So just making up tariff numbers and doing things inaccurately somehow is beneficial?
No. So what you have to do in order to switch us from the gold monetary system that we're on right now and to a blockchain system is you're going to have to tank this system. And if that's not the case, then that's why I will argue with you as to why is every other country, world leader that Trump is putting tariffs on doing the same thing. Because they see that this is going to tank our market and our economy to make the switch easier to crypto than the advances they already have on us. You see what I'm saying?
Here's what I don't understand. Okay, Trump needs to catch up with crypto, so he's doing all of these worldwide tariffs. You're telling me every single other country on earth is already caught up? We're in dead last because nobody else is imposing all these tariffs all over the world.
No, they're not. And that's what I'm saying is he's trying to fuel the fire to get us there faster, to get ahead of everyone. Because if we are ahead, then we can control the narrative as to what is going to be the global cryptocurrency.
Then that's a whole different argument. Now you went from him trying to catch up to him trying to be ahead, because I'm looking at it like there's no other country on earth that is imposing tariffs like this on every other country. So something is unique about Trump. He ain't trying to catch up. He's trying to do some weird shit on his own is what I'm seeing.
You're saying my point and not getting it. He's trying to do something to get us where we need to be up with crypto as fast as we can because we are behind. And if it works to where the way he's saying or hoping it won't just catch us up. It will propel us in front. That's what I'm saying.
I get your point now, but I don't see how we should expect to have success when we're admitting the numbers he's using to create the formula are inaccurate. I mean, you're admitting he's doing stuff really fast. He's not paying attention. He's trying to get to the finish line quicker, but we don't even know if he's running on the right track. I mean, if the numbers ain't accurate, if you're imposing tariffs on countries that have no humanity and shit like that, why do we?
That's because you're still looking at only half of what it is, and that's because you only know half.
So is that half irrelevant?
No, I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but what I'm saying is if you're only looking at half the picture, you're only going to get half of what is being done, right? So you have to understand what the other half of what they're doing is, and he's moving very effectively and efficiently in that area, and that's regulation on cryptocurrencies. I'm just trying to.
How do you know he's moving? How do you know he's moving effectively in any area? I mean, you've seen receipts. Most of the successful things that Trump is doing is based on what he's telling us. I mean, in terms of actual proving things, he's found millions. They found billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. All of that is based on what they're telling us.
You want me to prove it to you? So you're saying you need receipts now? Okay. So have you heard of Fidelity?
Yeah.
Have you heard of BlackRock?
Yes.
Okay. So it's real. What do?
Fidelity. I don't know about BlackRock. Fidelity Investments. I mean, I know about the financial portion.
BlackRock does it almost 10 times more than Fidelity. So those two together hold 59 million or more of Americans' retirement funds. And what are they moving towards? Crypto. Who's putting that regulation in place for them to move towards crypto? President Trump. No other president has. Okay, so there's your receipts on what he's doing effectively that's going to catch us up and hopefully propel us in front of other world countries that are
Here's
ahead
what
of
I
us
don't
in crypto.
get. Here's what I don't get. You make it sound like just simply moving to crypto is gonna make some kind of success. Like if I got rid of all the money in my wallet and just changed it over to crypto, okay, I just have crypto now. That doesn't mean it's gonna be successful because you're switching to crypto. I'm not hearing the logic
I don't know how
in
you got
this.
there, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm letting you know that the largest hedge fund managers and stuff are moving towards crypto. So you have to put regulation in place to make sure that it's being done with something that's going to benefit the government that they are in, right? You don't want them moving somewhere else.
Yeah, but here's the point I'm making is crypto is just a different form of currency, correct?
In a short version, yeah, I guess you could say
Okay,
that.
so
it's pretty dumbed down, but yeah.
Yeah, so
it does a lot more than that.
Okay, fair enough. So switching from the current standard we have to crypto doesn't guarantee. I mean, you can fail under crypto too. So I'm trying to. I get that he wants to switch over to crypto, but I don't see how that guarantees us success. You can have crypto and still be a failure. It's just a different form of currency. So why are you assuming that switching over to why should anybody assume that Trump switching over to crypto is going to somehow make us automatically successful?
I'm not saying it's going to make us automatically successful, but what I'm trying to get you to realize, because most Americans like yourself are very ignorant on crypto, and so the world is moving towards crypto.
I get that part.
And if we lose the global currency as the U.S. dollar, we lose a lot of our power in the global market, right? So if we don't move towards the direction of digital currency, we are going to lose our standing as a global power.
I understand.
I think the odds are in your favor to move towards crypto and not sit here and say, well, it's just money like everything else, so it's no guarantee.
But I don't see how moving to crypto based on numbers that may be inaccurate is some kind of way somehow beneficial to the United. We're gonna rush and close all these tariffs. The numbers may be inaccurate and all, but at the end of the day, we are moving over to crypto. I don't see how that guarantees anything.
Hung up on the emotional side and the stock market side, or the tariffs, not even the stock market, but just the tariff side, when you're not looking at the crypto side of it. And you're not going to be able to see it because you don't want to learn it. You don't want to research it and see it, so you're not going to. But the more important part is how effectively and efficiently we are moving towards regulation of digital currency. Okay?
Yeah, I don't.
The blunders that you're seeing in tariffs and the drops you're seeing in the stock market is nothing when it comes to the grand scheme of the picture. Everyone up here tonight has pretty much talked off of their emotions and not off of facts and figures.
I'm talking to you about admitting that the numbers he's using may be wrong. That ain't got nothing to do with emotions. If he's using incorrect numbers, he's using incorrect numbers. Pointing that out ain't got nothing to do with emotions.
Using incorrect, he's putting up incorrect. We don't know if he's using or whatever. He's putting up incorrect numbers when it comes to why he's placing tariffs. That is not going to correlate how we function with crypto. He is doing tariffs to burn this market to the ground. I'll honestly say that. That guy Will that said it earlier, that said he's doing this on purpose, he got half of it right. He's doing it on purpose because we need to get onto crypto before any other country fully embraces crypto. Because BRICS is already almost there. Russia, Iran, India, Brazil, they're already almost there, and that's going to eliminate them needing to use the U.S. dollar to trade on the global markets. They'll use their own currency, their own stable coin. Okay?
And isn't there many different types of crypto?
There is, yeah, you have meme coins, which is basically like scratch-off tickets. You got stable coins, which we have 3 of in the United States. Well, we'll have more, but 3 large ones, which is Tether and USDC, and those are supposed to hold the value of to the US dollar, right? And then you have altcoins, which will basically have more utility, like XRP, HBAR, Cardano's. They're going to bring more, and XLM. They're going to bring more utility to the blockchain, where they'll be able to allow stocks.
I'm going to admit what you're saying sounds incredibly complicated. And even though I'm admitting I'm ignorant on the subject of crypto, I really think you're being overly optimistic. We don't even know for certain if the next president that follows Trump is even going to agree with all this shit. So
Well, exactly. That's why I'd sit there and tell you that that's why he's shooting for a third term, because he's got to be able to get this all into effect. And if J.D. Vance or whoever they say is going to be the most likely next candidate isn't polling right, you can bet your ass Trump is going to push for a third term.
I believe he's going to push for a third. I mean, he done already got caught on the mic saying that he doesn't see J.D. Vance as his successor, and he's already stating that people want him to run, and he's not joking about it. I think we're already past the point of being concerned whether he's going to run again. I do believe they're going to try to finagle the law some kind of way for him to run again. I think they already don't kind of make their mind up on that. There's just no reason to rush and tell the people. But he intends to run again.
Well, and see how we can agree on a lot of that stuff. And I'll sit here and you can say I'm being overly optimistic. I'll sit here and say you're being very doom and gloom. You're talking about this drop in the market today. We lost $3 trillion. How much is that in the percentage of the stock market, Tim?
In one day?
Hold on. Well, how much is $3 trillion?
I don't know what percentage it is. I don't know.
You don't know. Yeah, because it's a small amount. 3 trillion sounds a lot worse.
Give me your definition of small.
3.5%. That's a small amount.
Now they're suggesting that we haven't lost this much since Trump's other term. So
right, and that's another thing, that when you don't know much about stocks in the financial system. So our stock market has steadily increased, I think, since the last big drop. Was it 2018 or 2019? It dropped. I can't remember how many days
You're
it was.
the only person I've heard
points.
suggest that $3 trillion is a small amount. Ain't nobody else talking like that. You're the only person I've heard say something like that.
Nobody else knows what percentage that actually equates to the stock market. 3% drop is not a huge drop. It's not even the largest drop we've seen in the last 10 years in a single day.
You really believe that? The $3 trillion in one day is not a large drop?
It's 3% of our stock market. That is not a huge drop.
In one day. 3% in one day.
Right. In one day, yes. But I'm going to sit here and tell you, he's going to keep taking it down. He won't. If crypto is going to work, you have to kill the system that we are on right now. So 3%, and if you do that over 6-7 months, there's not going to be much left, but it's not going to send people in a tailspin. It's going to be managed. If you think we're in a free market, you're crazy. The drops we're seeing right now, they can sit here and say is because of tariffs. No, it's not because of tariffs. Like you said, tariffs haven't gone into effect yet. This is just talk. So everything that dropped today is pure speculation. Well, that's not a free market. That's a completely controlled market. And then if you look at how much is held of the stock market, the top 10% wealthiest people hold 93% of our stock market. So who's losing money? The wealthiest people. But if they're making it dip in order to make gains in another field like digital currency, hence why you have the top largest.
I'm not hearing any of these world leaders, unless they're doing it all behind the scenes. Ain't nobody talking about crypto like this. I'm not hearing it on the analysts. I'm not hearing
looking at crypto. You don't even research crypto. I can tell you that.
It ain't got nothing to do with me not researching it. The fact that you're willing. Hold on. Let me explain to you what I'm saying. Even though I don't research it, I got you coming on here telling me about it. Notice you don't hear any of the talking heads on Fox or CNN talking about Trump is trying to take it to crypto. None of them are saying.
I know, exactly.
Why not?
Why not? That should be a big question. We both
because it might not be true. Because it might not be true. Maybe what you're saying ain't true.
I can't help you, man. I'm sitting here trying to tell you that EU is already coming out saying that they're going to establish a crypto reserve, just like Trump has. So that is something that they're doing that Trump's already done. Even though you just said you haven't heard it, it's in the news. You're not looking in the right news.
Right.
Just because you're not seeing it doesn't mean it's not happening. I'm just trying to show you what's going on. You don't want to see it. That's up to you. You're going to pick up what I'm putting down, or you're going to pass on it, right? I don't care either way. It doesn't affect me. I've already made more money off crypto right now, and I'm going to bank even more if it all works out right. I'm just trying to help people bring along, because 17% of Americans hold crypto. 5% actively know what's going on with crypto. That's a small portion of the population. That's why you don't see it on the news. And plus, the news doesn't go off facts. They go off emotion. They want to emotionally spin people in one direction.
The president goes off emotion.
Yeah, sure he does.
All right then. So leadership starts at the top.
I'm not disagreeing that more people shouldn't be talking about crypto. I don't know why you're trying to say.
I'm not. I'm just simply saying you're talking about people going off emotion. The country is ran by an administration that's doing that, so it's going to trickle down to the people. Leadership starts from the top. If our country is ran by people that are operating on emotion, you're going to have a lot of people in the country that are operating on emotion.
It's up to you as your own person, Tim, if you're going to work
that ain't
off
how
emotion,
it works,
especially.
Though. That ain't how
it
works.
is exactly how it works.
Yeah.
If you're gonna talk about something like the stock market that is not emotionally driven, but base your choices off just emotion towards that stock market, you're going to be
the stock market. You tell me the stock market is not emotionally driven. You don't think anybody's selling their shares and shit like that based on emotion?
Oh, sure.
So it's emotionally driven then.
No, it's not emotionally driven. If you emotionally sell in stocks, you're going to lose 100% of the time. Anybody that knows the stock market and stuff like that will tell you if you emotionally
if I own a bunch of shit and I sell based on emotion, is my action going to affect the market?
Not just you as yourself, no.
If several people like me sell their shit based on emotion, is that going to affect the market?
Yeah, if you can get
it's emotional. So emotions do affect the market.
If you get enough people to panic and sell,
right?
Hold on, like saying tariffs are bad, then what's going to happen? The stock market's going to go down, which is more fuel to my point, is that Trump is doing this to switch from our gold standard monetary system to the crypto digital monetary system. So thanks for helping me ground that point out.
Anytime. I gotta move it on. We listen. If you're right, you'll be much richer. We'll see what happens. But like I said, I'm not hearing it. Maybe I'll hear it and I'll get to tell you. You know what you said. I'm starting to hear it now. I'll certainly admit that. But right now, I'm not hearing it. I do appreciate you coming on.
Because you don't listen. But yeah, good one, Tim. You have a good one.
You too. You won't hear it because you don't listen. I mean, if I'm sitting there watching CNN or watching Fox News and they're not saying it, well, you're listening to the wrong network. All right, look at in the comments. So please drop him. His sales pitch is getting old, says Happy Camper. I think he's a huge crypto fan. Nothing wrong with that. Bicone Simfax. I think I'm pronouncing that first name. I know I'm Bicone Simfax. Thank you for your support, the super chat there. You says, did we miss the details in the Senate confirmation hearing? For some reason, it's broken up. Ash Patel, everything I heard on the Q has come true. Nezra, Gezra, stay. Okay, your writing is broken up. I can't understand what you're trying to say. Stay prepared, enjoy the movie. I don't quite get what you're saying there, by Cone Simfax, just simply because of how it's written. I heard on the Q has come true. The Nazareth and Gezerah, stay prayed up, stay prepared, enjoy the movie. That's almost sounding cryptic. I don't quite get what you were trying to say there. Majay Boo says, this guy is not sticking to the subject. Oh my God. Well, he's trying to suggest that America's trying to move over to the crypto standard, and the effort to do that is why Trump is doing things so fast, making all sorts of errors to try to get over to the crypto standard faster than everybody else. Look, I don't have any reason to believe that. He's suggesting that people are talking about it out there and I'm just not, quote unquote, listening. I don't understand that. I mean, maybe he's listening in little certain corners of the media that's talking about it. I'm listening to most of the well-known media outlets. None of them are talking about this stuff. But I suppose if you go into the back channels, areas where people, buy and sell crypto all damn day, maybe they are talking about it. But the main outlets, the main media is not discussing this stuff. And there's no reason why they wouldn't be doing it. If Trump was really trying to destroy the damn country to get us on the crypto standard, deliberately trying to destroy the country, MSNBC, somebody would cover that. They're not talking about it. So you're not listening. No, you just tuned into a frequency that is not being broadcast everywhere. You're picking up some weird shit. At least in my opinion, that's what's going on. Will and G says MAGA ain't shit. They were all for the stock market, and now they're all about crypto. When Trump creates that crypto reserve and starts rug pulling everyone, DP say nothing. And that's what I believe, what Will G is what you're saying. That's what I believe that's exactly what's happening. Is once Trump says, let's go over here, MAGA's going to get excited and go over there. They're going to, they're letting Trump lead the way. I don't believe it's the world as my last caller was suggesting, that's trying to fly and go to crypto. I believe it has more to do with Trump and Elon. If Trump says this is where you need to be, that's where MAGA's going to go. I don't think it has any, because if the world was doing it like my last caller was saying, you would be hearing about it. You would be hearing a lot more about it than as he say you're not listening. I do believe it's following Trump in regards to crypto, because didn't both of them, Dogecoin and Trump, didn't both of them create their own crypto? Both Trump and Elon. Trump does have a ton of money in crypto. Thought he doesn't know anything about it, but he's got the right people around. Well, Trump, this is what I don't like. And, it is what it is. But, this is the way our system is set up, certainly under Trump. I don't think it's kosher, I guess I'd say. I don't believe the president should be able to have crypto, his own crypto. For the simple fact is it creates a huge launder avenue. I mean, we know how secure cryptocurrency is. You literally can launder billions of dollars to Trump, and there's no record of it now. I mean, he has any of the foreign countries or whatever he deals with, they can pay him for shit under the table, and there's no record that ever took place. To me, that just creates a huge conflict of interest, in my opinion. Let's say, for instance, we just had an attack by America on the Houthis in Yemen. And you got Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard talking about this shit all over Signal. Now, I'm going to go way down the conspiratorial path with this. I'm not saying any of this is true. So get that. This is a conspiratorial example. Let's say, for instance, a country like Israel wanted to pay the United States, a la the Wagner group of Russia, mercenaries, wanted to pay America to basically commit an act like a mercenary would do. I need you to go bomb these folks over here, and we'll give you $8 billion. It's got to be off the record, obviously, because you don't have any legitimate cause to go bomb them. So it's got to be off the record. You got a crypto account. You got Signal. You're going to be using all of the back channel stuff so that if something happens, you can literally deny this ever took place. All of the transaction, all of the communication was over Signal. So you can literally delete all the records that ever happened. So all of a sudden the Houthis are talking about somebody at 2 a.m. came over and blew up a bunch of shit. And you have plausible deniability. The U.S. has no proof it ever happened. Now, like I said, I'm speculating. Obviously, I'm not saying this is what happened, but what I'm saying is it opens up the door to this kind of stuff. Whereas the country who wanted us to bomb them can pay whatever politician like Trump or somebody that had the power to order the strike. I can pay you directly through crypto. And because you're using Signal, you don't ever have to worry about the American people, your people, being able to hold you accountable for it because there's no record it ever happened. Just make sure you don't add some crazy ass reporter to the conversation. So you got plausible deniability. Nobody can prove you came over here and bombed us, or bombed them rather. They're gonna go and announce to the world at 2 a.m. somebody blew up all of their shit. They believe it was the Americans. You can deny that. You didn't go to Congress. You didn't make any public statement requesting the ability to go over and do this. So you can just completely deny all of this stuff. And because you have a crypto account, if we need to reimburse you anything, we can make sure you get that. And that's off the record too. That's all I'm saying. They're using Signal. They're using crypto. You can cover up everything. It's like literally footsteps on the beach during high tide. Just it never happened. It never happened. If that reporter wasn't on that Signal conversation, that conversation would have never happened. Would have never happened. They would have been vehemently denying anything ever took place on Signal. I believe Hexef was already doing that until the guy started releasing the shit. It would have never happened. So if you can hide the conversation, you can actually hide the bombing. You can't prove it happened. Nobody in the military is going to tell you it took place. They're all violating their own shit. They can't tell you what they were doing that night. There's no record of it. That's what I'm simply saying, is that having a crypto account could leave the ability to pay the United States to get involved in shit that the American people may never know about. It's speculation. I'm not, like I said, I know I'm doing one of those conspiratorial things here, but I'm just saying that they're using all of this off the grid shit. The communications is off the grid. All of the stuff that they're communicating with, considering that they work for the people, Hexef, Gabbard, there's supposed to be a record of that stuff. They're not supposed to be able to do it like that and make it disappear. Now, you as a citizen have no right to access confidential information. But if something happened, Congress has a right to get their hands on it. But if it's done through Signal, they can't get their hands on it either. So it does allow them to possibly do all kinds of back channel shit and deny it. That's all I'm saying. That's why I don't think crypto, if they, bank accounts and shit like that can be traced. Crypto's completely off the radar. To me, it just leaves all sorts of room for bad shit to take place. It means the fractional banking system has no right to your money. I get the notion that the banking system has no right to your money, but we do have laws in this country against laundering money and obtaining money fraudulently. That system allows you to hide that. I guess you suggested we ignore that. Wrong. Crypto is completely transparent, but you just don't know how it works. All right, Texas, then if that's the case, then I stand corrected. I don't know a lot about crypto. I don't. And I'm not going to pretend like I do. I was told crypto is not that transparent. You're telling me crypto is completely transparent. I've never heard that before. So if what you're saying is true, I stand corrected. I've never heard that, though. Crypto does not allow that it is now regulated. Okay. All of it is worldwide. If crypto is so great, then why are you still broke? Jeez. Oh my God. Looking in the comments real quick. That was funny. Will G says Trump and Melania created those meme coins and rug pulled the shit out of MAGA. Thanks. They did. The Trump did create a crypto coin or something, didn't he? And it didn't do well for the investors or something like that. I did hear something like that. Like I admitted, I don't know a lot about crypto. I do not know about, the guy says, well, you're not, I'm listening. I don't know a lot about it, though. I'll just leave it that way. Trump and Melania created those meme coins and the rug pulled the shit out of MAGA thanks to the broligarchs, not the oligarchs, the broligarchs. The conspiracy still stands. The broligarchs got together with Trump and made a deal. Like I said, a lot of shit can be happening behind the scenes. I can't speak on that. Will says the deal is for Trump to get as rich as the broligarchs. As the broligarchs get access to government power. It could be because Elon Musk to me is way more powerful than he should be. He simply is Trump's guy. I mean, he got a very, very high position in our government solely because Trump brought him in. This is my guy. The Senate didn't approve him. Congress didn't approve him. The people didn't vote him in. I don't even think he got vetted by the FBI or anything. Trump just said, this is my dude. I'm bringing him in. That's it. And as I stated, I do believe that the only reason Elon is in there is because he gave Trump hundreds of millions of dollars. I think if Elon had just been a really good donor and donated $1 million to Trump's campaign or something, there would be no Doge. He wouldn't have had that position. He bought his way in. And I will say this, I think we all agree, there's no such thing, things can be too good to be true. There's no such thing as a free lunch, statements like that. The idea that Elon gave Trump $350 million because he was just so eager to make our country more effective again, a country he's not even born in, that makes no sense at all. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Some dude just came to America and donated $300 million to Trump's campaign because he was so eager to make America more efficient. He's not trying to get anything out of it. As one of my viewers said, it ain't about money. That makes no sense at all. What do you know of wealthy people do some shit like that? I'm going to spend $300 and some million of my own money to make America, the country I'm not even from, a great country. That makes no sense at all. I'm not going to pretend like I know Elon or anything, but I know there's more to that story than that. I know that guy is not trying to spend a ton of his own money to make America great without something coming to him in return. It's definitely not, he's not just doing this shit out of generosity. That makes no sense. Mind you, Trump and smiling like shit must wage a war on the actual anti-spam police. CFPB, I've heard about that. And I'll leave it like that. Pendulum Pause says, Tim, be more optimistic. How about be more realistic? How about be more, nobody gives you shit for free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Ain't nobody gonna spend $300 million on a political campaign and expect nothing in return. Where do they do that at? Who else has done some shit like that in the past? Spent hundreds of millions of dollars, even $1 million, even $1 million. Who's going to just do something like that and want nothing in return? They don't want some laws passed on their behalf, nothing. I just want to get $300 and some million of my money so that I can come on board and help make America more efficient. I don't want nothing in the process. That ain't believable. And I'll tell you this. Let's say, for instance, that is what Elon wanted to do. He just wanted to be really generous, spend a bunch of his own money, and come in and make America good. Even if that's what he wants to do, it's going to be hard to believe that because nobody does that. That's like walking down the street and somebody just saying, I just want to make your day better. Here's $500. You're going to be looking like there's got to be a catch to this. Nobody does that, is the point I'm making. Even if the person really wants to give you $500, it's going to take a while before you accept that and just expect this is it ain't something that just happens. And I don't believe Elon wants to give $300 and some million just out of the kindness of his heart because he cares so much about America. That makes no sense. Trump just has dumb people around him. All right, folks, I do appreciate the 130. Wow, not bad, folks. Real quick before we wrap this up, apparently TikTok has less than 24 hours left. That's what I'm hearing. They're going to get rid of TikTok in less than 24 hours. Remember, Trump brought TikTok back at the end of the Biden administration. 90 days was the extension. Less than 24 hours, TikTok is supposed to go away. I'm only mentioning that because we will continue doing shows. If you have Instagram, if you have Clapper, you'll find me there along with YouTube as usual. But you can come up and make calls like you do on TikTok via Clapper and Instagram. Just like on here, you can type comments. You can still do all of that, interact with each other, but you'll also still be able to provide the audio portion of the program. So I don't know if TikTok's going to officially go away, but they said in 24 hours. They still want TikTok to be sold to get away from the Chinese. So less than 24 hours, TikTok is due to be banned in America again. So if that happens, you can follow, if you still want to tune into the program, same name across all platforms, a handsome liberal. Clapper, Instagram. We also have Rumble. I was live on Rumble for a few minutes tonight. I'm still trying to figure out how to use it. So same thing, handsome liberal on Rumble as well, or you can just tune into the comments on YouTube. So less than 24 hours is the expectation. Ain't nobody talking about checks being sent out to taxpayers. The honest thing to do if we were really saving money is to put it towards the debt, but it's a scam. Yeah, I don't even think we're trying to save money from debt because Trump is talking about building F-47s and shit like that. So even though you're firing people, allegedly fighting waste, fraud, and abuse, you're spending the money on fucking jets. We'll see what happens. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate you tuning in. I'm sure Trump will pop out of left field and extend it again like he actually did something. That's a great point. I'll give him credit if he does. I made a video last time giving him credit. If he ends up, because a lot of Americans do want TikTok to continue on. A lot of Americans have businesses and everything that they use to, there's a lot of shit that gets sold on TikTok. A lot of individuals that are sellers and retailers on TikTok. So a lot of people do want it to stay around. Here's my take on it before I get out of here. I keep saying this. We're concerned with China via TikTok having access to Americans' data. My humble opinion, Elon Musk and his tech bros having access to your data, in my opinion, is a bigger threat than the Chinese via TikTok because they're in the country. They're getting access to banking information and everything. I actually believe that they're a greater risk to your threat than the Chinese via TikTok. But they're in with MAGA, they're in with the administration, so they're going to get a pass. But I do believe that Elon Musk and his tech bros are a bigger threat to your personal data than TikTok is. Anyhow, folks, appreciate you coming through. I got to step away because, of course, I got to get up and work in the morning just like the rest of you. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Catch you tomorrow, hopefully on TikTok, otherwise Clapper and Instagram. Have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. Catch you guys tomorrow. Real quick in the comments, Trump is going to spend another $8 trillion before he leaves office. Jesus Christ. What would that be, a war? I gotta go.